Chapter 2987. The matter on planet Tianming continued to spread. It was not just because of the Pill King's clan's destruction, but because it was related to the interests of many large organizations in the Saints' world. As a result, more and more large organizations hurried over to planet Tianming. In the beginning, only elders and great elders had come. However, when they discovered that they could not find any clues about the Pill King's clan's destruction, they all reported it to their superiors, inviting the ancestors of their clans over. Aside from the clans that had dealings with the Pill King's clan, the network that Guru Qing Mo had formed as a Pill Grandmaster began to take effect as well. Many experts who were on good terms with Guru Qing Mo and owed her great favors worked together, declaring that they would search for the culprit and avenge Guru Qing Mo. Some of the Grand Primes with great cultivation and abilities began to peer into the past, fusing with the ways of the world and understanding the past and future. Spurt. At this moment, a mist of blood spurted from the mouth of an ancestor of a peak organization. His face immediately paled. The Grand Prime's abnormality immediately attracted the attention of many experts. Their expressions immediately changed. This was because they could tell with a single glance that this was the result of a backlash. A Grand Prime had actually been injured by the backlash. Just how powerful was the backlash? This immediately caused everyone in the field to be extremely shocked. It's actually... The expression of the Grand Prime, who had spurted blood, changed rapidly as well. However, he was mostly confused. Ancestor of Wushan, what have you learnt? A Grand Prime from another clan asked. The ancestor of Wushan composed himself and recovered very soon. He glanced past everyone and said, "Everyone, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. Stop investigating, or you'll be in trouble. Let's not worry about the Pill King's clan anymore." With that, the ancestor of Wushan left planet Tianming without any hesitation. As for the remaining Grand Primes, they remained where they were and looked at one another. Since even Dark Mountain's ancestor is so wary, then let's not be so obstinate and continue investigating. Let's go. Old man doesn't want that cauldron of high-grade divine pills anymore. Sigh, what a pity. There are already very few alchemy grandmasters who can refine high-grade divine pills in the Saints' world. With Master Qing Mo's death, there are even fewer alchemy grandmasters. More than half of the experts who had gathered at the heavenly underworld star immediately left. However, there were still a few Grand Primes who wanted to get to the bottom of it, so they began to look into it. However, the result was no exception. Everyone was devoured by a terrifying power. After a moment of shock, they left without saying a word. Several native ancestors of the heavenly underworld star were unable to deduce the slightest clue, so they wanted to ask these foreign masters the reason for the destruction of the Pellet King's family. However, all the ancestors of the great forces who thought they knew the truth were afraid of this matter and did not dare to mention a single word. Just like that, the destruction of the Pellet King's family became a mystery on the heavenly underworld star. On the nameless star hidden in the vast void, there was a temple standing there quietly. The divine hall was not of a particularly high grade. It was only a supreme quality saint artifact, but its presence was not weak. It stood several thousand meters tall, making it quite majestic. At this moment, Jianchen and Xinjian stood together in the divine hall. Between the two of them was the unconscious Siyu, who had reverted to his original form. Siyu's situation is extremely bad. The essence blood of a dark star Grand Exalt is too powerful. It's squeezing out the power of Siyu's bloodline step by step. Once the essence blood of a dark star Grand Exalt completely takes over Siyu's body, I don't know if Siyu will become a dark star or die. Jianchen said sternly. He was particularly heavy-hearted. Right now, the only thing that can save Siyu is the Saint Blood Dao fruit. Jianchen looked at Xinjian. The Saint Blood Dao fruit could be described as something that belonged to Xinjian. with the wondrous effects of the Saint Blood Dao fruit that could greatly strengthen the power of bloodline, it would be extremely beneficial to Shun Jian as well. If he gave the Saint Blood Dao fruit to Siyu, Shun Jian would basically lose a fortuitous encounter that could change his fate and future. Jianshan was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Jianshan, we can be considered as friends who have gone through life and death together. You've risked your life to come here for the Saint Blood Dao fruit, so do you think I can refuse it to you? Shun Jian stared at Jianshan unhappily as if he was an outsider. Enough with the nonsense. Since the Saint Blood Dao fruit can save Siyu, let's give it to him quickly. Jianshan smiled. He opened his mouth, wanting to thank him, but he forcefully swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Shun Jian was right. The two of them had come to the Saint's world from the Tian Yuan continent. They had gone through life and death together, walking over the corpses of their enemies. Their friendship was so deep that it had already been imprinted into their souls. It was not something these so-called heavenly resources could compare to. Jianshan did not waste any more words. He immediately shoved the Saint Blood Dao fruit into Siyu's mouth before assisting Siyu in refining it. Soon after he ingested the fruit, Siyu began to shine with a dense, blood-red light. The light was so powerful that it had basically solidified. In the end, it actually formed a huge, blood-red cocoon that enveloped Siyu. Not only was the vital energy within the fruit powerful, but its quality was extremely high as well. Jianshan's soul struggled to penetrate the cocoon formed from the dense, vital energy. As a result, Jianshan was unable to observe the situation within Siyu's body. However, Jianshan did not force his way in. He was confident in the Saint Blood Dao fruit, and Senior Feng had said that the Saint Blood Dao fruit could indeed save Siyu. As a result, Jianshan was extremely relieved. With Siyu's problem resolved, Jianshan could finally let go of a great burden. He no longer had any worries, which made him feel much more relaxed. Shun Jian, how did you come here? Only now did Jianshan have the time to catch up with Shun Jian. He looked at Shun Jian and saw Shun Jian's strength with a single glance. Third Heavenly Layer Infinite Prime. Even though Shun Jian was already over 1,000 years old, he was only a little over 1,000 years old. In the vast saint's world, only Jianshan was known to have reached such a level of cultivation at such a young age. This was because there had never been a primordial realm expert under 1,000 years of age in the Dark Star world. Jianshan was the first to do so. Jianshan was not surprised by Shun Jian's rapid progress because Shun Jian's talent was definitely greater than Ming Dong's. Back in the world of Forsaken Saints, where resources were scarce and the environment was horrible, he had reached reciprocity in just 800 years. Chapter 2988. Shun Jian began to recount everything he had gone through after leaving the Tianyuan family. However, compared to Jianshan's rich and varied experiences, Shun Jian's experiences could only be described as simple. He basically did not encounter many twists and turns. After leaving the Tianyuan family, he boarded a spatial battleship. After flying for a long period of time in the vast space, he was taken away from the spatial battleship by an extremely powerful force. Afterwards, he appeared on this nameless planet. It was only after he came to this planet that he found out that Senior Feng had coincidentally sensed his existence when he was awake. Senior Feng had personally brought him here. Afterwards, Shun Jian remained on this nameless planet to cultivate. He received personal guidance from Senior Feng, passing on many secret techniques to him. Even the precious heavenly resources planted there were free for Shun Jian to use as he pleased. Without any exaggeration, Shun Jian's relationship with Senior Feng was basically no different from that of a master and disciple, apart from the fact that they had not formally become his disciple. Due to some issues with Senior Feng, he's in a delirious state most of the time. He's insane, and he can even go berserk at any time. As a result, Senior Feng has passed on a technique to me so that I can use it to restrain him at crucial moments, so as to prevent him from making a huge mistake without knowing it. Once I use this technique to restrain Senior Feng, I can also make him fall into a temporary state of clarity. However, I can only use this technique as a last resort. This is because the power that binds Senior Feng is actually Senior Feng's own power. If Senior Feng is bound by this power while he's in a delirious state, even if it's his own power, he will subconsciously resist his own power since he has already lost his sense of self. When Senior Feng loses his sense of self, he obviously cannot overcome the restraints he sets up when he's awake. However, every time he resists his own power, he will cause Senior Feng a certain amount of damage. At this point, Shun Jian's eyes revealed a hint of pity, but it was more of sympathy and heartache. Every time Senior Feng woke up, he would spend all of his time teaching him, explaining the great Tao to him, pointing out the path of cultivation for him, and imparting many great arts to him. In Shun Jian's heart, he had long regarded Senior Feng as his own benevolent teacher. Therefore, Shun Jian was extremely worried about Senior Feng's current state. Then do you know why Senior Feng became like this? Is there any way to make Senior Feng recover? Jianchen asked. He understood that the reason why Senior Feng left the distribution of the Saint Blood Dao fruit to Shun Jian was in fact equivalent to tacitly agreeing to give the Saint Blood Dao fruit to Siyu. Otherwise, a precious natural treasure like the Saint Blood Dao fruit would never have fallen into the hands of Siyu, even with Shun Jian's help. Jianchen felt gratitude towards Senior Feng for being so magnanimous. If it was possible, he did not mind helping Senior Feng out to repay the kindness of the Saint Blood Dao fruit. Shun Jian shook his head. I've asked Senior Feng about this more than once, but Senior Feng never said anything. He only told me to focus on cultivation. I think it's because I'm too weak. Even if there really is a way to help Senior Feng, my strength is nowhere near enough. Shun Jian paused when he reached there before studying Jianchen carefully. Jianchen, what level of cultivation are you at now? I can't see through your cultivation at all. A strange light flickered through Shun Jian's eyes. He believed that he was extremely fast for reaching the third heavenly layer of infinite prime at such a young age. This was because even Senior Feng had once given an extremely high evaluation of his cultivation. He had even said that aside from the reincarnations of powerful existences, it would be difficult to find a second person with Shun Jian's rate of cultivation across the entire Saint's world. Shun Jian was very proud of his own progress. However, when he saw Jianchen, he felt uncertain. Jianchen smiled when he heard that. He said happily, I'm just slightly faster than you. I should be around the 8th heavenly layer of infinite prime now. Of course, because my cultivation method is a bit special, the way to measure my realm is also a bit different from yours. The 8th celestial layer is just a rough estimate. In reality, it might be a bit lower. Of course, it could also be a little higher. Jianchen only muttered these words in his heart, but he did not say them out loud. Shun Jian immediately became shocked. He stared at Jianchen blankly and was speechless for quite a while. This was because he knew Jianchen's background extremely well. He had spent over 1,000 years to reach the third heavenly layer of infinite prime. However, Jianchen had been born 800 years later than him in the lower world. Jianchen's true cultivation time was less than 1,000 years. Shun Jian was filled with admiration for him to reach such a level in just a few hundred years. The two old friends who had not seen each other for many years conversed with each other. They talked about their experiences and what they had seen and heard. They even talked about some matters regarding cultivation and their comprehension of the ways of the world. It was like they had endless things to talk about. They talked for 3 days and 3 nights, but they still did not end. You've been to the Darkstar world? I've heard about the Darkstar race from Senior Feng. They used to be a peak race in the spirits world, and they possessed a supreme sovereign. However, in a battle of life and death against another peak race in the spirits world, the wood spirit race, the dark star race was defeated. Afterwards, they were trapped in a miniature world by the wood spirit race, never to come out. Otherwise, the current dark star race would have become a part of the spirit sages. Shin Jian sighed when he mentioned the dark star race. His heart was filled with indescribable mixed feelings. He had no idea whether he should sympathize with them or feel envious. This was because although the dark star race seemed like they had been trapped, they had broken free from the conflict in the saints' world. They had been spared from so much bloodshed. They could truly be described as carefree. They were unlike the current spirit sages, who had gone through so many trials and tribulations, who knew how many prodigies had died prematurely. Oh right. Shen Jian, what's the current strength of the wood spirit race like? Jianshan suddenly became curious about the dark star race's archenemy. The wood spirit race. I've heard from Senior Feng that they've completely declined. Not only do they not have a lot of clansmen left, but even their strongest experts are only chaotic primes. The wood spirit race no longer has much authority among the spirit sages. They're basically second tier, said Shinjian. Sigh, I never thought that a peak race that used to possess a grand exalt would actually decline like this. Jianshan immediately sighed when he heard about the wood spirit race's current situation. His feelings were mixed. Chapter 2989. I don't know about that. However, I do have some understanding of the history of the spirit sages from the ancient records that Senior Feng gave me. It's said that when the spirit sages world shattered, the entire world became uninhabitable. The countless races that originally lived in the spirit sages world were forced to leave their homeland in the end, moving to the saints' world. During the years when we first arrived in the saints' world, it was an extremely difficult trial for all the races in the spirit sages world. This was because the origin energy of the spirit sages world was different from the saints' world. Not only were we unable to absorb the origin energy to cultivate when we first arrived in the saints' world, but we were also ostracized and suppressed by the many native organizations in the saints' world. That period of history was the darkest and most difficult time for all the races in the spirit sages world. It was also during that period of time that the spirit sages suffered heavy losses. In the battle against the races of the saints' world, large batches of races were wiped out, and many of their treasures were stolen. The pressure from survival forced all the races in the spirit sages world to band together. They became a whole, forming the spirit sages clan later on. After combining their powers, the spirit sages clan finally managed to take root in the saints' world after paying a great price. However, after the spirit sages clan stabilized and no longer faced any external pressure, internal conflicts gradually erupted. After all, there are simply too many clans within the spirit immortal realm. Each of them has their own territory within the spirit immortal realm, so they naturally coexist peacefully. Now that they've forcefully merged all the factions together, all sorts of conflicts will naturally arise. As a result, there have been several internal conflicts in the spirit's world. Many clans have broken away from the internal conflict. They either hide somewhere in the saints' world or leave the saints' world to live on by themselves in a miniature world. Among them, the wood spirits split once. According to the ancient records, the wood spirit clan split into 3 forces during that time. These 3 forces each obtained a portion of the treasures passed down by the sovereign of the wood spirit clan, and then completely parted ways. 2 of the 3 forces each obtained the sovereign of the wood spirit clan's 2 life artifacts, while the 3rd force obtained the sovereign of the wood spirit clan's core cultivation method. The 2 groups of wood spirits that obtained the sovereign's life-bound god artifacts broke away from the spirit sages clan, and they disappeared without a trace. As for the branch of wood spirits that obtained the core cultivation method, they remained in the spirit immortal clan, and gradually declined from their former glory to this point. Shun Jian let out a long sigh at the sky when he reached there. He continued, the wood spirits clan world are not the only races. They have happened to other races as well. The various treasures that have been passed down from the past of the Spiritsage's world have all been lost. The Spiritsage's world have all been passed down the Spiritsage's world. The Spiritsage's world had all been passed on. Spiritsages, and sages' spirits all. And during this process of decline, the Spiritsages would face attacks from the saints' world from time to time. When he reached there, Shen Jian glanced at Jianshan deeply and said, "The most recent disaster that the Spiritsages suffered came from the Myriad Bone Guild. Not only did the Myriad Bone Guild kill our Spiritsages in the past, but they also stole a large number of treasures. If it weren't for the fact that the ancestral artifact protected our Spiritsages at a crucial moment, the consequences would have been unthinkable." Jianshan sank into his thoughts. He said, "In other words, the Forsaken Saint clan you were from in the lower world was also a group that broke away from the Spiritsages clan in the past?" Shen Jian hesitated before replying. "In the ancient records of our Forsaken Saint clan, it's always said that we were a race that had been abandoned by the Saints' world. As a result, our race was called the Forsaken Saint clan. Only after I met Senior Feng did I learn that the Forsaken Saint clan in the lower world was actually one of the great clans of the Spiritsages world, the Cosmic Sword clan." The Cosmic Sword clan? Jianshan was surprised when he heard that. He could be considered as someone who had read a lot of record. He believed that even if he did not know everything about the Saints' world, he knew most of it. However, he had never heard of the Cosmic Sword clan. However, Senior Feng told me that the Cosmic Sword clan no longer exists among the Spiritsages in the Saints' world. The Cosmic Sword clan in the Saints' world has already gone extinct. Our group in the lower world is probably the only one left. Moreover, after so many years of reproduction, their bloodline has become impure. Our Forsaken Saint tribe's ancestor is called He Tuesday. I have told Senior Feng the name of ancestor He Tu, but Senior Feng doesn't have the slightest impression of him. He can only roughly deduce that ancestor He Tu isn't someone from this era. Perhaps Senior Feng hasn't even been born in his era. The He Tu ancestor left us some information regarding the Spiritsages in the past, but it's all outdated now. Jianshan gained a rough understanding of the history and current situation of the Spiritsages from Shen Jian. However, what truly caught his attention was the large number of legacies and treasures that had been lost to the outside world in the past. After all, before the Spiritsages world shattered, it was a complete world that had existed for countless eons. It was on the same level as the Saints' world. Who knew how many supreme experts had been born there, including even sovereigns of the world? Afterwards, all the treasures had been brought to the Saints' world with the destruction of the Spiritsages world. It was obvious just how plentiful they were. The Wood Spirit clan was split into 3 groups. The 2 outside groups took away the life-bound god artifacts of the Wood Spirit sovereigns. The life-bound god artifacts of the sovereigns must be peak god artifacts on the same level as the Anata Tower and the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, Jianshan thought. Although Jianshan had never met the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit clan, they had come into contact with each other on a superficial level. This was because the 2-world mountain in the world of the fallen beast had been created from the remnant power of the Wood Spirit Grand Exalt. The life-devouring beasts that lived there possessed terrifying vitality and recovered so quickly that even Jianshan, who cultivated the chaotic body, felt rather stunned. He had basically witnessed the power of the Wood Spirit Grand Exalt. The 2 of them had finished talking, but Siyu remained in the form of a blood-red cocoon. As a result, Jianshan and Shen Jian both entered cultivation. However, Jianshan's method of cultivation was very simple. He took out Gusta's fleshly core and began to absorb the tremendous energy within it before refining it into chaotic force. After reaching the 15th layer of his chaotic body in the Dark Star realm, the chaotic Niden in his dantian had returned to its original size. There was not a lot of chaotic force stored within it. After a few battles, there was not much left. Back in the Dark Star world, he was unable to find so many resources to increase his chaotic force. After all, after reaching the 15th layer of the chaotic body, every strand of chaotic force he condensed required several dozen times more energy than before. It was not something that regular heavenly resources could fill. Afterwards, he returned to the Tianyuan family and took back his fleshly core. He then ran around for Siyu, even crossing the distant cosmos. He was unable to find the time to replenish his chaotic force. Chapter 2990. Fortunately, I came across Gusta's fleshly core in the depths of the desolate plain, or increasing my chaotic force really wouldn't have been easy, Jianchun thought. Although the Tianyuan clan's wealth was enough for him to raise his chaotic Naiden to the limit of the 15th layer after inheriting some of the wealth from the peak clans on the Cloud Plain, the Tianyuan clan's wealth was not enough to support him. However, the Tianyuan family would definitely have to pay a heavy price if that happened, which would directly delay the development of the entire clan. However, it was different with Gusta's fleshly core. Not only did he no longer need to worry about energy, but even if he broke through to the 16th or 17th layer, the energy within the fleshly core would be enough to support him. After all, this was the energy of a 9th heavenly layer Grand Prime. It was more than enough to support his current chaotic body. Jianchun sat there without moving at all. He seemed like a statue, like an old monk meditating. Only the fleshly core in his hand constantly emitted extremely pure energy, which was absorbed by Jianchun like a whale. The chaotic Naiden in his dantian immediately began to swell at a visible rate. The chaotic force inside became even more abundant. There was no alternation between the sun and moon on this nameless planet, nor was there any winter. The 4 seasons were the same, so it was basically impossible to sense the flow of time there. Jianchun became completely submerged in cultivation. He forgot about time, forgot about himself, and lost all sense of the outside world. This was because this place was extremely complete. He did not need to remain vigilant towards the outside world like before when he cultivated here. Jianchun had no idea how much time had passed as he cultivated. The chaotic Naiden in his dantian had already expanded to half its size from when it was at its peak. The chaotic force within it was extremely abundant. It was also at this moment that Jianchun, who was completely submerged in cultivation, seemed to be drawn in by a mysterious power. He could not help but wake up. As soon as he opened his eyes, a beggar-like old man with disheveled hair and a body covered in mud sat before him. A pair of eyes that seemed as deep as the vast starry sky stared at him without blinking. "Greetings, Senior Feng." Jianchun stowed Gusta's fleshly core away and immediately clasped his fist at the old man. Senior Feng said nothing. Instead, he opened his hand, and Gusta's fleshly core that Jianchun had just stowed away in his space ring immediately appeared in his hand. Senior Feng stared at the fleshly core in his hand, and his gaze became mixed for a moment. He murmured with a hoarse voice, "Gusta, after so many years, I can still see traces of you." Senior Feng's emotions seemed to ripple slightly. He stared at Gusta's fleshly core for a while before looking at Jianchun. He said with a hoarse voice, "Where did you find Gusta's fleshly core?" "In the depths of the desolate plain." Jianchun immediately told Senior Feng everything he had gone through in the depths of the desolate plain without holding anything back. He did not even hide the fact that the Blood-Tier Grand Exalt had personally come. However, when he thought about the Blood-Tier Grand Exalt and the indescribable pressure from the Blood-Tier Grand Exalt, he could not help but shiver. He had come into contact with more than one Grand Exalt. Back in the Tsang Poseidon Palace, he had even fused with a sliver of the Samsaric Immortal Exalt's soul. However, the Samsaric Immortal Exalt had purposefully concealed his presence, so the pressure he felt when he faced the Samsaric Immortal Exalt was nowhere near as powerful as the Blood-Tier Grand Exalt. Even though he had faced a clone of the Bloodtear Grand Exalt back then, the Bloodtear Grand Exalt's clone was still present. "Stop your thoughts!" Suddenly, Senior Feng called out. His voice boomed like thunder, causing Jianshan's head to ring. His soul pulsed violently, and all his thoughts were interrupted. Senior Feng said sternly, "Remember, when you mention the name of a Grand Exalt, you cannot think about it, or the Grand Exalt will sense it. If you are weak and barely come into contact with the ways of the world, the Grand Exalt might not sense it. However, your cultivation has already reached the primordial realm, so you have come into contact with the ways of the world rather deeply. Once you mention the name of a Grand Exalt and think about the Grand Exalt, you will resonate with the ways of the world and be sensed by the Grand Exalt. You cannot mention the name of a Grand Exalt lightly, but once you mention it, you have to conceal yourself and sever all connections." "Yes, Senior Feng. I understand," Jianshan accepted humbly. At the same time, he became even more fearful of people at this level of cultivation. "Senior Feng, is Grand Exalt's cultivation above Grand Prime?" Jianshan asked. He had obtained an answer to a similar question from the Sword Spirits in the past. Back then, the Sword Spirits had said that Grand Exalts were also Grand Primes. But afterwards, as his strength rapidly increased, he stood at a higher and higher position, and he came into contact with more and more domains. Jianshan could not help but begin to doubt himself. He doubted whether Grand Exalts had actually surpassed the level of Grand Primes and reached an even higher level. This was because he had come into contact with Grand Exalts, sovereigns of the world, who had become the ways of the world, and he had also come into contact with 9th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes. However, Jianshan always felt like the difference between the two were experts who belonged to completely different domains. Jianshan's question made Senior Feng fall silent for a very long time. Only after quite a while did Senior Feng suck in a deep breath. He stared at Jianshan with a strange light in his eyes and said, "Actually, you should ask the Sword Spirits of the Twin Swords about this. After all, they once followed Grand Exalts, so they obviously have the right to speak." Jianshan was immediately shocked when Senior Feng mentioned the existence of the Sword Spirits. His expression immediately changed rapidly. As if Senior Feng could see Jianshan's nervousness, he could not help but chuckle. He said, "You don't need to be nervous. There's no unresolvable grievance between us spirit sages and the Immortals world. Although we have engaged in great battles with the Immortals world in the past, compared to the losses that the various organizations of the Saints world have inflicted on us, the battles between us and the Immortals world are just small skirmishes. We can even let go of our grievances with the Saints world, let alone the Immortals world. Of course, that's only limited to us spirit sages. We can let go of our grievances, but that doesn't mean the other organizations in the Saints world can do the same. As a result, you still need to hide carefully before outsiders," Senior Feng said earnestly. Senior Feng said earnestly. His tone was peaceful and very kind. "Senior Feng, can all 9th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes discover the existence of the Sword Spirits?" Jianshan's heart tightened as he asked the question that worried him the most. Chapter 2991. Different? "Senior, are you about to break through and become a sovereign of the world?" Jianshan's heart shuddered as his heart churned. Senior Feng shook his head. As if he was unwilling to talk about this, he changed the topic. "I'd better tell you about the differences between Grand Exalts and Grand Primes. Shunjian just happens to have reached the primordial realm as well, so he has the right to understand these matters." Senior Feng paused and sorted out his thoughts. In the long past, there was no such thing as godhood and primordial realm in the Saints' world. Instead, it was measured by the layers of laws. Cultivators who had just comprehended the laws to reach godhood had the first layer of laws, and as their comprehension of the ways of the world rapidly deepened, the layers of laws would follow suit until they reached the apex, the 100th layer. The 100th layer of laws is the limit of ways, and that's the height that grand exalts stand at. If you haven't reached the 100th layer of laws, even if you're at the 99th layer, you're still at the 9th heavenly layer. Although the difference between the 99th layer and the 100th layer seems like a single step, this single step represents the difference between grasping 99 layers of laws and truly grasping a single law. There's a qualitative difference. It's exactly because of this qualitative difference that there's a huge difference in strength between grand primes and grand exalt. As for whether grand exalts stand above grand primes, the old man had asked the grand exalt of ancient paths in the past. When he reached there, Senior Feng could not help but think of the conversation he had with the grand exalt of ancient paths in the past. His eyes could not help but darken slightly. In the past, the grand exalt of ancient paths seemed to have some reservations about this matter. In the end, he told me that the height that grand exalts stood at was actually still at the level of grand primes. The only difference was that they had reached the end of a path of ways. Grand exalt is not actually a cultivation level. Instead, it's a title. It's a title that has comprehended the laws to the limit, where they've basically become the laws themselves and can interfere with the operation of the laws. Senior Feng let out a long sigh when he reached there. That may be the case, but old man is someone who has clashed with a grand exalt after all. If there's anyone who understands grand exalt's power the most among grand primes, it's definitely the old man. Senior Feng's was filled with fear. Too old. Too. The grand exalt is actually so powerful. Jianshan was greatly shocked. He gained an even deeper understanding of people like that. Jianshan, with your talent that's no less than Xinjian's, you actually chose to cultivate the chaotic body instead of the core cultivation method of the sword sect of Violet Heavens. Sigh. What a pity. What a pity. Senior Feng saw through Jianshan's cultivation method with a single glance. He immediately felt pity. When you cultivated the chaotic body, did you know that no one who cultivates the chaotic body can reach Grand Prime in either the Immortals world or the Saints world? Of course I understand. However, I don't regret cultivating the chaotic body, Jianshan replied. Whatever. Since this is the path you've chosen, there's no need for the old man to say anything more. However, although your cultivation won't reach Grand Prime, your comprehension won't be affected. It's just that when you become a Grand Prime in the future, your opponents will naturally be at the same level as you. At that time, they'll be far more powerful than you. Your comprehension will keep up, but your cultivation won't. You'll only end up as the weakest among the same level of cultivation. In the future, even if your comprehension of laws reaches the limit of 100 and you become a sovereign of the world, you'll probably only be one of the weakest. The Wind Venerable shook his head and sighed, as if he felt that Jianshan's future accomplishments were not worth it. However, there are pros and cons. Although you won't be able to reach Grand Prime, you'll be able to live longer. As long as you don't die to powerful enemies, you'll live even longer than Grand Exalts. Jianshan's heart skipped a beat as if he had discovered a new continent. He was surprised. Senior Feng, do Grand Exalts have lifespans as well? No. The Wind Venerable shook his head, as if he was unwilling to talk about it. He looked at Xinjian. Xinjian, how have you been recently? However, as a clansman of the Sword of Stars, you haven't taken the wrong path by focusing on the laws of the sword. It's just that your bloodline is too thin, so the abilities of your bloodline haven't fully emerged. The supreme treasure of our spirit sages, the blood of the sacred spirit, can resolve the problem of your bloodline. It's just a pity that the blood of the sacred spirit has already ended up in the hands of those two bastards. Otherwise, with the assistance of the blood of the sacred spirit and the complete awakening of your bloodline, not only will your strength increase drastically, you'll obtain the various abilities of the Sword of Stars, but your potential will also increase. Don't worry, Senior Feng. Even without the bloodline of the Sword of Stars, I'm confident that I won't be any weaker than any of the prodigies of the Sword of Stars, Shen Jian said confidently. He was extremely indifferent towards the problem of his bloodline. The Wind Venerable nodded in relief. It's obviously good that you're confident. As for the blood of the sacred spirit, the old man will take it back sooner or later. Those two scoundrels have done many evil deeds over the years. Aside from the blood of the Holy Spirit, there are many treasures that have been passed down from our ancestors in the Spirit Immortal clan that have fallen into their hands. The Flying Feather clan's Cosmic Reversal Umbrella and the Wood Spirit clan's Scepter of Life are both god artifacts that Grand Exalts used. They all left with the clansmen of the Flying Feather and Wood Spirit clans when the two clans split up. But now, both of them have ended up in the hands of those two bastards. Senior Feng let out a long sigh and said, I think that the Flying Feather race and the Wood Spirit race's clansmen are probably dead. Jianshan was alarmed. He immediately asked, Senior, is the Scepter of Life one of the two god artifacts that the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit clan used in the past? Correct. The Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit clan had two god artifacts back then, which were the Scepter of Life and the Source of Life. One of them was used for attack, while the other was used for defense. We've already confirmed that the Scepter of Life has ended up in the hands of those two bastards, but even if they possess the Scepter of Life, they won't be able to use it because the scepter can only be used by those who have comprehended the laws of life. The only thing that the old man is worried about right now is that the two bastards have obtained the other god artifact of the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit clan, the Source of Life. Only people who have comprehended the laws of life can use the Scepter of Life, so there are many restrictions. However, the Source of Life can be used by everyone because the Source of Life is a healing god artifact condensed from the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit clan using his extreme comprehension of the laws of life and his own source of life. It contains endless life force. Chapter 2992. Senior Feng only stayed for 6 hours before leaving. Every time he was awake, he would only be awake for a few short hours. After Senior Feng left, Jianshan did not immediately cultivate. He sat where he was and could not help but think of the Myriad Bone Guild. Putting aside the fact that the Myriad Bone Guild had schemed against Siyu, they were even targeting him right now, trying to make him die at the hands of Senior Feng who had lost his mind. If he had not coincidentally met Shen Jian here, and if Shen Jian had not coincidentally grasped a method to restrain Senior Feng, he really might have been consigned to eternal damnation on this trip. Myriad Bone Guild. Jianshan muttered as a sharp light flashed through his eyes. However, he also understood that he could only temporarily hide the Myriad Bone Guild's scheme against him from the bottom of his heart. This was because the Myriad Bone Guild was just too powerful. In the eyes of the current Jianshan, he was an unshakable colossus, an existence that he could only look up to. Jianshan, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to take revenge for the Myriad Bone Guild, because Senior Feng will definitely not let them go. Once Senior Feng solves his own problem, the first thing he will do will be to destroy the Myriad Bone Guild. Senior Feng hates the Myriad Bone Guild even more than you, so if you want revenge, I'm afraid it won't be your turn. Xinjian also knew that the Myriad Bone Guild had schemed against Jianshan. Seeing Jianshan's murderous appearance, he could not help but make fun of him. Jianshan let out a long breath and slowly calmed himself down. He did not think about the Myriad Bone Guild and instead focused on Siyu. On Siyu's body, the blood-red cocoon formed by the Saint Blood Dao fruit's energy gradually changed color. Through the cocoon, it was possible to roughly see Siyu lying silently inside. As the power of the Saint Blood Dao fruit weakened, Jianshan's spiritual sense was able to penetrate inside. He cautiously examined Siyu's injuries and finally revealed a relieved smile. Under his observation, Siyu's condition was improving. Not only did the bloodline power within the fruit increase Siyu's own bloodline power, but it also assisted Siyu's bloodline power, launching a counterattack against the bloodline power of the Darkstar Grand Exalt. This kind of counterattack could be seen as a kind of devouring. Even though the bloodline power of the Dark Star Grand Exalt was powerful, it did not have any support in the end. On the other hand, Siyu's bloodline power was like a huge source of energy under the support of the Saint Blood Dao fruit. With the constant support of the fruit, he immediately turned the tables and gained the upper hand. At the same time, as a portion of the Dark Star Grand Exalt's bloodline power was devoured, Siyu's bloodline power became even more powerful. As for Siyu's body that had already been transformed by the Dark Star Grand Exalt, it slowly recovered under the cleansing of the Saint Blood Dao fruit and his own bloodline power. The scales of victory had completely tipped towards Siyu. Judging from the current situation, it won't be long before Sacred Feather recovers, Lin Yun said. Jianshan was completely relieved now. Afterwards, he continued to absorb Gusta's fleshly core to replenish his chaotic force. Several late Divine King cultivators gathered together in a high-grade divine crystal mine controlled by the Tianyuan family in the southern region of the Cloud Plain. They were all cautious as they whispered to each other. The Divine King all belonged to the Tianyuan family. They had been specially sent here by the Tianyuan family to protect the high-grade divine crystal mine. There are still 7 days before the annual Divine Crystals Submission Day. By then, all the divine crystals that we have mined in this mineral vein for a year will be handed over to the clan. Have you made the arrangements on Dulong's side? Don't worry, everything's been arranged. In 2 days, the Dulong will gather a few people and pretend to attack our mine. Then, we'll all chase after them. As long as we leave, the mine will no longer have a divine king. Then, the Dulong will use the method we told him to open the formation. He'll be able to sneak in without anyone noticing. We've already dug up all the low-grade and mid-grade divine crystals on the outskirts of the mine. As a result, basically all the divine crystals we've mined this year are high-grade divine crystals. It's equivalent to a decade of mining in the past. If we succeed this time, we'll get at least 1 million high-grade divine crystals if we ignore the dividends from the higher-ups. After this happens, even if Shiyu wants to blame us, we can just say that we've fallen into the enemy's trap. Also, with the higher-ups speaking up for us, even if Shiyu is the vice-patriarch of the Tianyuan family, she won't be able to do anything to us. When they reach there, the Divine King cultivators could not help but laugh sinisterly, as if their scheme had succeeded. Their eyes all shone. They had already begun to view the mine that belonged to the Tianyuan family as a treasure trove that could enrich their pockets. Right at this moment, the array formation not far away suddenly emitted a slight fluctuation. Who is it? The expressions of the Divine King changed. They called out and chased after someone. An early overgod concealed his presence as much as he could as he flew away from the divine crystal mine as quickly as he could. The divine crystal mine had already been cast down with layers of formations. However, the early overgod only needed to form a seal, and all the formations before him opened up, allowing him to pass through with ease. It's the people from the Ministry of Supervision. Oh no, kill him! The expressions of the Divine King cultivators immediately changed when they saw the Overgod's hand seals. They immediately pursued him. At the same time, they mobilized the guards and directly ordered his death. Immediately, all the guards of the mine rushed over from various places, surrounding the Overgod. I am an inspector of the Tianyuan family's Ministry of Supervision. Everyone move aside. The early Overgod raised his medallion high into the air. How bold of you! Do you think you can impersonate an inspector so recklessly just because you've stolen an inspector's medallion? Since you've killed an inspector of our Tianyuan family, don't even think about leaving alive today. The Divine King cultivators all called out from behind. They were all panicking as they began to pursue desperately. However, the divine crystal mine was covered in layers of formations. Every single formation was like a wall that blocked their path. Although they had the authority to open the formations, their authority was clearly not as great as the people from the Ministry of Supervision. As a result, They opened the formations a little slower than the people from the Ministry of Supervision. It was exactly because of the obstructions of the formations that the Divine King cultivators found it extremely difficult to kill an overgod. These damned formations, when we get back, we have to suggest to the seniors that you retract the authority she gave the Ministry of Supervision. Otherwise, it'll be far too disadvantageous for us. Chapter 2993. Now that they were out of the range of the mine, the Divine King was no longer obstructed by the formation. As a result, the speed of the pursuing Divine Kings immediately skyrocketed. Even though the inspector had already used various techniques to flee, he was only an early overgod. The difference in strength between him and the late Divine King was just too great. As a result, in just a few seconds, the God Kings who watched over the Divine Crystal Mine had surrounded the inspector. "What are you doing?" "I am an envoy of the Tianyuan family. I directly answer to the Patriarch and Vice-Patriarch of the Tianyuan clan. As a member of the Tianyuan family, are you bold enough to kill an envoy?" Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, the supervisor raised the token in his hand and roared, a trace of despair in his eyes. You're a supervisor, right? But if you dare to interfere with our work, even if you are a supervisor, only death awaits you. Look at you, Supervisor Envoy. Why did you have to poke your nose into other people's business instead of enjoying yourself outside? You're really courting death. This is what they mean by, "There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it." Ha 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 ha. Supervisor, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Inspector, you were hiding in the dark just now. You must have secretly recorded the memory crystal, right? Hand over the memory crystal obediently. The Divine King guarding the Divine Essence Mine sneered and didn't care about the other party's identity as a supervisor at all. So what if he was a supervisor? Over the years, quite a few inspectors had died indirectly at their hand. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get rid of him as soon as possible so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. One of the Divine Kings growled. With that, he wielded a high-grade holy artifact. He unleashed a powerful streak of light towards the invigilator. The envoy's face was filled with despair. An early overgod versus a late Divine King. The difference in strength was so great that he could not put up any resistance at all. "Io, what's going on today? Why are we fighting with each other?" However, at this moment, a seductive voice rang out. A woman in alluring attire suddenly appeared there. With a gentle wave of her hand, the light from the Divine King shattered. May. Guardian May. The expressions of the God Kings immediately changed when they saw the woman, and their hearts sank. TSK. The juniors nowadays really are bolder than the last. They're even bold enough to kill the inspectors of the Tianyuan clan. The rules of the Tianyuan clan are extremely strict. Even us infinite primes don't dare to kill inspectors so casually, said a middle-aged man with a smile. Protector May's tone was gentle as she chuckled. It was unknown whether she was laughing at the Divine King's audacity or praising their courage. Protector May, this person isn't an envoy at all. He's an outsider in disguise. I hope Protector May can allow us to kill him. Afterwards, serene will explain everything to Protector May. One of the Divine Kings gritted his teeth and said. A God King said through gritted teeth. With that, he struck out again, directly making his way around Protector May and killing the inspector of the Tianyuan clan with his full strength. You brats, are you still unwilling to give up? The clan will naturally decide whether this person is an envoy or not. It's not up to you to kill him. As for Protectorin, he's just an external protector of the Tianyuan family. Since when does he need to explain the matters of the clan? Protector May giggled. With a wave of her hand, the belt around her waist immediately flew out, becoming several hundred meters long in a single instance. It wrapped around the Divine King. Before a primordial realm expert, the late Divine King were unable to put up any resistance at all. They were all firmly trapped. "Thank you for saving us, Protector May." The envoy bowed towards Protector May gratefully after escaping death. Protector May glanced at him indifferently and said, "Little guy, you're lucky that I just happened to return from a business trip. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to keep your life." Afterwards, Protector May murmured to herself, "That girl, Shiyu, has been doing more and more recently. She's become tougher and tougher as well. Even Protector Shui has been forcefully given a mission by her. It looks like she's up to something big. It's just that the Patriarch has yet to return, and Senior Su is aloof, not interfering with the matters of the Tianyuan family at all. Just where does that girl get her confidence from?" Within a merchant group that specialized in the trade of various heavenly resources in the former imperial capital of the Blood Sun Empire. Vice President, I've represented the Tianyuan family this time to purchase heavenly resources worth almost 1 billion supreme-grade divine crystals from your merchant group. Moreover, our superiors have already said that we want 80% of this purchase. You have to deal with this properly. If our superiors are satisfied with this, our Tianyuan family will still come to your merchant group for similar purchases in the future. After all, our Tianyuan family is quite large right now. We have many people, and our daily expenses are extremely shocking. This batch of heavenly resources will be gone very soon." A divine king of the Tianyuan family smiled mysteriously within the merchant group as he discussed with the vice president of the merchant group. Don't worry. Leave this to our merchant group. We'll definitely satisfy our superiors. Oh, it just so happens that the Tianyuan family needs these heavenly resources. Due to the huge demand recently, the price has skyrocketed by more than 10 times. The vice president of the merchant group smiled sinisterly. After a round of discussion, both parties left the sealed parlor with satisfied smiles. After they left, a manservant dressed up as a servant walked in from outside. He began to clean up the parlor. After confirming that there was no one around, the manservant went to a corner of the parlor and used a secret technique to open a hidden formation. He took out a memory crystal from it. Tianyuan family. Within the medium-grade divine artifact, the Water Cloud Hall. Shiyu sat on the main seat with a frosty expression. Several upper echelons of the Department of Supervision stood below her. Vice Patriarch, with the intervention of the Protectors and the investment of a large number of spatial formation disks, our efficiency at gathering evidence has increased drastically. We basically have enough evidence right now. The only drawback is that the evidence we've gathered is basically all evidence against divine kings. As for the protectors behind them, we don't have any evidence at all. The upper echelons of the Department of Supervision reported. Shiyu looked at the 1,000 memory crystals on the table before her and waved her hand emotionlessly. She said, "You've done well. You're all dismissed. I'll make arrangements for the rest." The upper echelons of the Department of Supervision all left. However, soon after they left, 6 infinite primes entered the Water Cloud Hall with Protector Shui in the lead. To no surprise, Protector May was one of them. Take a guess. Who do you think I came across on my way back? Protector May giggled as soon as she entered the Water Cloud Hall. Afterwards, she let out the Divine King who guarded the high-grade Divine Crystal Mine and continued, "If I've seen correctly, these people should be from the Tianyuan family as well, but they actually worked together and openly hunted down the people of the Department of Supervision. If it weren't for the fact that I happened to come across them, the people of the Department of Supervision would have died to their hands long ago. Sigh, these people really are getting more and more lawless." Shiyu's face immediately paled when she heard that. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We thought that the supervisor was a fake. After all, many of the supervisors of the clan have gone missing. We were worried that an outsider would steal the supervisor's medallion and do something detrimental to the clan, which was why we captured him. We were prepared to hand him over to the clan, but we never thought Protector May would suddenly appear. Take them away! Shiyu snorted coldly and directly ordered people to take the Divine King away. Afterwards, she stared at the infinite primes before her cautiously and asked, Protectors, may I ask how the matter went? Fortunately, we've succeeded. All the evidence is in these memory crystals, Protector Shui said indifferently. Protector Shui said indifferently. He immediately tossed out several dozen memory crystals and mused. However, this evidence is far from enough to deal with those protectors. Some evidence can actually be forged. If they refuse to admit it, there's nothing we can do to them. Chapter 2994. Thank you for your warning, protectors. I'll make the arrangements for the rest. Shiyu clasped her fist at the protectors. She was filled with confidence, as if she had everything planned out. The protectors left, and immediately, only Shiyu remained in the large discussion hall. Shiyu sat on the main seat with her eyes closed as she sank into her thoughts. She held a few memory crystals in her hand, rubbing them subconsciously. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, she slowly opened her eyes. There was a hint of coldness in her beautiful eyes. Men, inform all the protectors of the family to gather in the main hall. We're holding a family meeting. Shiyu's orders were passed down through the servants, reaching all the protectors as quickly as possible. Before long, all the primordial realm protectors of the Tianyuan family gathered in the main hall of the Watercloud Hall. There were over 30 of them. Most of the protectors were early or mid-infinite primes. There were not many late infinite primes. The strongest among them was Protector N, a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime. Shiyu, may I ask why you've gathered all of us here? Protector N was the first to speak. His voice was rather impatient, as if he did not take Shiyu, the vice-patriarch, seriously at all. Shiyu, although you're the vice-patriarch of the Tianyuan family and possess great authority, we're still primordial realm experts. Let alone the Tianyuan family, but we're primordial realm experts after all. Even on the entire cloud plane, we possess quite the status. If you summon us without any urgent matters, you'll be disrespecting us primordial realm experts, said another person. He was called Protector Chen, and he was a 7th heavenly layer infinite prime. Shiyu smiled mysteriously when she heard Protector Chen's words. She said, Why would Protector Chen say that? When Protector Chen joined our Tianyuan family, you understood the rules of the clan clearly. The 4th rule of the clan was that those who joined our Tianyuan family had to obey the orders of the clan and serve the clan. They were not allowed to complain at all. You can't have forgotten such a simple rule so quickly, right? Of course I wouldn't dare to forget this rule. I have no objections to this rule and am naturally willing to listen to the clan's orders. However, Patriarch Jianchen is not in the clan right now. In my opinion, apart from Patriarch Jianchen and Senior Su, there's no one else who has the right to order us around, Protector Chen said righteously. In reality, many of the protectors did not recognize Pitiful You because she was just too weak. As primordial realm experts, they naturally could not tolerate a mere overgod standing above them. Even though Shiyu was the princess of the Shi dynasty, her identity was not enough to deter primordial realm experts in the southern region at all. The Shi dynasty was an eternal organization with chaotic primes at most, while the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan, Jianchen, had the support of the martial Soul Mountain, which was equivalent to an eternal organization. As a result, the protectors could obey everything Jianchen said, but they would always act haughtily before Shiyu. That's not true. Since Jianchen has appointed me as the vice-patriarch and has given me all the authority, I can obviously represent the entire clan. Shiyu continued, Actually, there's no need for me to explain this to you. It's just like what Patriarch Jianchen said to me that day. Our Tianyuan family has spent a lot of money to hire you because the clan needs your strength to protect the interests of the clan, not to hire a bunch of useless people who only know how to enjoy themselves with a generous salary. The faces of many primordial realm protectors in the main hall darkened. They were extremely sunken. Let's get back to the main topic. I haven't gathered you here today to explain this to you. Instead, I have something important to announce. Shiyu straightened her face and said sternly, in the past few years, extremely serious problems have been discovered in the various divine crystal mines, medicinal gardens, and transactions under the patriarch of the Tianyuan clan. Only after hearing about the secret investigations of our Tianyuan family over the years did we discover that there is a huge amount of corruption within the various branches of management. Extremely serious corruption and embezzlement have occurred, seriously harming the interests of the family. What's even more terrifying is that there are many protectors behind this matter. Protectors, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Naturally, we should deal with it according to the rules of the clan, Protector Shui immediately said as soon as Shiyu finished speaking. Shiyu, you can't say that carelessly. The protectors of the Tianyuan family are all primordial realm experts. How can people like them lower themselves to do something so despicable for some resources that they have no use for? Said Protector, and just some resources? According to incomplete statistics, our Tianyuan family has lost over 10 billion supreme-grade divine crystals at the very least. May I ask, Protector, and if all your wealth is worth that much? Shiyu sneered. Protector and was immediately speechless. Although he was a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime, since he had chosen to become a protector of the Tianyuan family, it meant that he was not an independent cultivator with a great background and was not wealthy. 10 billion supreme-grade divine crystals was truly an unreachable number to him. Shiyu, do you have any evidence? If you don't speak nonsense. Primordial realm experts cannot be insulted, a protector called out from the crowd. Shiyu sneered. If it were before Jianshan's return, she really would not have had the confidence to touch these protectors, but now, with a wave of her hand, many memory crystals immediately flew out. You want evidence, so I'll give you evidence. You can take a look at these memory crystals. You might even be able to see your own reflection in them. With that, the primordial realm protectors immediately began to check the memory crystals. The expressions of many people changed rapidly. It's fake. The contents are all fake. Someone's trying to frame us. There are far too many ways to fake these things in the world. These memory crystals can't prove anything. Many primordial realm experts bellowed out furiously and crushed the memory crystals. As for Protectoran, he waved his hand, and violent energy swept out, causing large swathes of memory crystals to explode. Shiyu remained composed as she sat on the main seat. She said, "Oh right, I should remind you that there are copies of all the contents in the memory crystals, so it doesn't matter even if they're destroyed. As for whether they're real or fake, we'll know after some investigation. Come, bring them over." The Divine King who had been captured by Protector May in the end were all tied up and brought over. Clearly they had been tortured, so they were all haggard. Their eyes were hollow as if they had lost their souls. Protector An's expression became rather ugly when he saw their condition. With his insight, he could tell with a single glance that the Divine King had clearly been tortured by something that targeted their souls. Under these conditions, their minds were completely unguarded. They would basically answer whatever was asked, unable to lie at all. However, when he thought about his own strength and the primordial realm experts on his side, Protector and immediately calmed down. He was not alone. Instead, he was part of a huge group of people. Basically half of all the primordial realm protectors in the Tianyuan family were on his side. Who's behind this? Tell me everything you know. Shiyu looked at the Divine King. It's Protectoran. The Divine King did not hide anything at all. They told her everything they knew about the betrayal of the Tianyuan family, not missing a single detail. Their target was Protectoran. How dare you? Protectoran is the greatest protector of the Tianyuan family. How can he be blasphemed by ants like you? You deserve to die. A fifth heavenly layer Infinite Prime immediately bellowed out and slammed his hand towards the Divine King. He wanted to silence them. However, at this moment, a powerful energy that caused even Protector Anne's expression to change suddenly erupted from the Water Cloud Hall. It formed a suppressive force that mercilessly descended on the Protector who had struck out. The Protector immediately felt his body sink. Before the suppressive force, he was unable to resist at all. His knees directly gave out and he knelt on the ground. Afterwards, the power of the Divine Hall descended, completely restraining him. He was unable to move at all. The artifact spirit. It's the artifact spirit. The sudden changes caused the expressions of Protector and the others to change drastically. Disbelief filled their faces. Didn't the artifact spirit of the Water Cloud Hall never show itself? Why was it interfering with such trivial matters today? Oh no, the artifact spirit of the Water Cloud Hall has begun to listen to Shiyu's orders. Protector An immediately understood what was going on when he saw how composed Shiyu was. He understood just how powerful the medium-quality god artifact of the Water Cloud Hall was. It was impossible for anyone below Chaotic Prime to fend off such power here. With a single movement, Protector An immediately charged out of the Water Cloud Hall. Many other protectors moved at the same time. All of them understood that as long as they remained in the Water Cloud Hall, they were trapped. They could not fight back at all. Only after leaving the Water Cloud Hall would they become powerful Primordial Realm expert. Chapter 2995. The expressions of all the protectors changed drastically when they sensed the power of the Divine Hall. The Primordial Realm experts suppressed by the Water Cloud Hall all bellowed out furiously and resisted as hard as they could. They all understood that once they were suppressed, they would be reduced to meat on the chopping block. They would be at the mercy of the Divine Hall. As a result, none of them were willing to give up. Immediately, the powers of over a dozen Primordial Realm experts erupted in the Water Cloud Hall, forming a tremendous storm of energy in an attempt to fend off the artifact spirit of the Divine Hall. However, even though there were many of them, it was nowhere near enough before a medium-quality god artifact. All of their attacks, defenses, and methods of resistance were as fragile as paper before the Water Cloud Hall. The power of the Water Cloud Hall was unstoppable, completely restraining the Primordial Realm protectors. Shiyu, what's the meaning of this? Shiyu, we're mighty Primordial Realm experts. Even in peak organizations we can become elders. How can you treat us like this? How dare you? How dare you? This is the greatest insult to us as Primordial Realm experts. Release us. If the Tianyuan family treats us like this, then it's fine if the old man doesn't want to be a protector anymore. At that moment, all the Primordial Realm protectors who had been suppressed by the Water Cloud Hall roared out furiously. However, while they seemed furious on the surface, their hearts sank. They sensed that something bad was about to happen. Strange. Why has the artifact spirit of the Water Cloud Hall suddenly begun to listen to Shiyu's orders? On the other side, Protector Mei and the others were all shocked as well. They were all astounded by Shiyu's ability to command the artifact spirit of the Water Cloud Hall. In the past, Shiyu was only an overgod. In the eyes of many Primordial Realm experts, that was not enough to deter them at all. Coupled with the fact that the true leader of the Tianyuan family, Jianshan, had not been present for a long time, the protectors still did not take her seriously even though she had taken on the mantle of a vice-patriarch. However, now that Shiyu had demonstrated her ability to command the artifact spirit of the Water Cloud Hall before all the Primordial Realm protectors, her status in the hearts of the Primordial Realm protectors increased drastically. This was because the significance of the Water Cloud Hall being commanded and the Water Cloud Hall being commanded by no one were completely different. If no one commanded the Water Cloud Hall, it would only be a sturdy nest that could not move. However, if someone could command the Water Cloud Hall, the medium-quality god artifact would immediately become a weapon of attack and defense. It could be moved as they wished. Protectors, I can only trouble you for now. Before the matter is completely investigated, you probably won't be able to leave the Watercloud Hall. Shiyu stared at the immobilized infinite primes under the suppression of the divine hall calmly as her heart heaved. She struggled to remain as calm as she did on the surface. As a matter of fact, her heart could not help but beat heavily. Everything that was happening right now could only be described as extremely exciting to her as an overgod. This was because she had never experienced the feeling of being able to imprison so many great primordial realm experts with a single thought, where their lives were in her hands. This feeling of wielding absolute power not only excited her, but also intoxicated and captivated her. Protector Lin, I'll have to trouble you to cooperate with the investigation of the clan, said Shiyu. With that, an extremely beautiful orchid appeared behind her. Immediately, many roots extended from it, wrapping around Protector Lin, who was only a second heavenly layer infinite prime. This is the orchid that Patriarch Jianshan has been cultivating. Protector Lin was one of the few female protectors in the Tianyuan family. She immediately recognized the immortal devouring orchid that only existed in legends in the Tianyuan family. She immediately paled in fright. The immortal devouring orchid was no longer a secret. Basically, all the important members of the Tianyuan family knew about its existence. They also knew that Patriarch Jianshan had once fed it with the corpses of a large number of primordial realm experts. There were not only infinite primes, but there were also a few chaotic primes and even grand primes. Don't come over! Don't come over! Don't come over! Release me! Protector Lin shrieked in fright. This was the infamous immortal devouring orchid that had devoured the corpses of a large number of primordial realm experts in the Tianyuan family. Now that the immortal devouring orchid's roots had wrapped around her, Protector Lin subconsciously imagined the terrifying scene of the immortal devouring orchid devouring primordial realm experts. At that moment, her heart trembled as she became frightened out of her wits. Vice Patriarch, I'll tell you everything I know. Please make the immortal devouring orchid leave my body. Make it stay away from me. Protector Lin shrieked. The Watercloud Hall remained closed for 3 whole days. 3 days later, the tightly shut doors finally opened. However, only half of the 30 or so protectors who had entered the Watercloud Hall made it out in the end. Protector and the other protectors seemed to have vanished from the Watercloud Hall, never to appear before the eyes of the world again. Afterwards, the upper echelon of the Tianyuan family underwent a great change. Many people who were suspected of corruption were arrested. They were either expelled from the Tianyuan family or locked up in the Tianyuan family's prison. Shiyu oversaw everything. This matter immediately increased Shiyu's prestige in the Tianyuan family as a vice-patriarch. Protector and the others have all been locked up in the Watercloud Hall? That's not a bad idea. It saves me the trouble of having to do anything. Right now, only the Watercloud Hall, a medium-quality god artifact, is suitable for locking up protectors in the Tianyuan family. Within a small courtyard enveloped by a powerful formation in the depths of the Tianyuan family, Su Ran slowly opened her eyes. She looked in the direction of the Watercloud Hall, and could not help but nod secretly. Nothing that happened in the Tianyuan family could escape her eyes. With her cultivation as a chaotic prime, the senses of her soul were so powerful that they could easily envelop the entire southern region. If she wanted to, there would be no secrets in the entire southern region before her eyes. Nothing that the protectors of the Tianyuan family secretly did could escape her eyes. However, from her height and her experiences in the past few years, she had already become indifferent to worldly matters. As a result, she knew exactly what was going on in the Tianyuan family, but she could not be bothered to care about it, let alone pay any attention to it. The meaning of her existence was more of a deterrent. At the same time, she was a Poseidon. No matter how chaotic the Tianyuan family became, it would always be the Tianyuan family. It would not change its name. The origin of ways really is a power formed after a grand exalt passes away. It really is wondrous. After absorbing a portion of the ancient Skywolf's origin of ways, my progress in the past few years can only be described as unbelievable. Chapter 2996. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Jianchen, who was completely immersed in cultivation, could not sense the flow of time at all. The only thing he could sense was that the chaotic Niden in his dantian rapidly became larger as the chaotic force rapidly filled up. After who knew how long, the chaotic Niden in Jianchen's dantian finally reached its limit. It was brimming with chaotic force, unable to hold any more. Jianchen slowly opened his eyes. He subconsciously looked at the fleshly core in his hand, and he could not help but smile in satisfaction. Very good. After reaching the peak of the chaotic body at the 15th layer, the energy in Gusta's fleshly core has only decreased by 100. Fortunately, I benefited from this back on the desolate plane, or it would have been extremely difficult for me to reach the next level. Jianchen flipped his hand, and Gusta's fleshly core immediately vanished. It had been stowed away in his space ring. At this moment, a faint rumble seemed to cross a great distance and reach Jianchen's ears. Accompanying it were the pulses of energy that belonged to two infinite primes. Jianchen was slightly surprised. He subconsciously expanded the senses of his soul, and it immediately enveloped the entire region several million kilometers away. Two powerful energies that belonged to infinite primes collided rapidly in the region, producing deafening booms. The sharp laws of the sword and the brutal laws of slaughter collided time and time again. They clashed extremely violently, causing the space there to tremble violently. If it were not for the powerful formation enveloping the nameless planet, the collision of the two primordial realm laws would have caused the space there to collapse long ago. However, no matter how devastating and violent the ripples of energy were, they were unable to affect Jianchen's senses of the 9th heavenly layer infinite prime's soul at all. As a result, Jianchen's powerful senses of the soul pierced through the battlefield and observed the situation clearly. "See you." Jianchen immediately became excited. To no surprise, the two infinite primes engaged in an intense battle were Siyu and Shen Jian. He didn't know how long he had been cultivating this time. When he opened his eyes again, Siyu was already full of energy and was in full swing with Shen Jian. In the next moment, Jianchen's figure suddenly disappeared. Through the laws of space, he appeared outside the battlefield as if he had teleported. The aftermath of the battle between Siyu and Shen Jian hit Jianchen, causing Jianchen's long hair to flutter in the wind and his clothes to flutter. "Greetings, Senior Feng." Jianchen's spiritual sense couldn't find Senior Feng, so when he arrived, he discovered that Senior Feng was also here. He immediately cupped his fists and bowed, full of respect. Senior Feng's appearance had not changed at all. His hair was still disheveled, and his clothes were in tatters. He seemed like a beggar. He nodded at Jianchen before looking at Shen Jian and Siyu again. Jianchen did not disturb the two of them. He stood beside Senior Feng and stared at the two of them with all his attention. With his eyesight, he could tell with a single glance that Siyu and Shen Jian were both using their full strength. They basically did not hold back at all. They used various secret techniques and god-tier battle skills. It seemed like they were clearly engaged in a battle to the death. If someone who did not know the inside story saw this, they would probably really believe that there was some irreconcilable grievance between the two of them. However, Jianchen understood that since Senior Feng, a half-step Grand Exalt, was personally watching over this place, it was impossible for their lives to be in any danger no matter how they fought. "Not bad, not bad." Senior Feng smiled faintly as he praised from time to time. No one knew whether he was praising Shen Jian or Siyu. Jianchen, who watched the battle between the two of them, became surprised very soon. Although the two of them were both infinite primes, Siyu was a second heavenly layer infinite prime, while Shen Jian was a third heavenly layer infinite prime. However, the outcome of the battle left Jianchen rather stunned. Siyu, who was only a second heavenly layer infinite prime, was actually able to completely suppress Xinjian, who was a third heavenly layer infinite prime. Siyu, who was weaker in terms of cultivation, had actually gained the complete upper hand. Siyu is actually so powerful. Looking at his battle prowess, he can take on fourth heavenly layer experts as a second heavenly layer infinite prime. As a matter of fact, some regular fourth heavenly layer infinite primes might not even be Siyu's opponent. Jianchen was greatly shocked. This was the first time he had witnessed Siyu's strength so clearly. "Alright, you can stop," Senior Feng suddenly said. Suddenly, Senior Feng spoke. Every word and action of his could cause the laws of heaven and earth to change. As soon as his words left his mouth, an invisible force separated Sacred Feather and Shen Jian. Siyu and Shen Jian stopped. They both arrived before Senior Feng and clasped their fists. Currently, the two of them were covered in blood. They seemed like they were made of blood, but they were only external wounds. They were not heavy. "Brother, you've finally woken up?" Siyu discovered Jianchen. His handsome, masculine face immediately became filled with undisguised joy and excitement. Jianchen nodded with a smile. Siyu's complete recovery and his battle prowess that far exceeded his current level of cultivation delighted Jianchen. At the same time, he felt like his trip to the Dark Star world had not been a waste. This was because Siyu had successfully turned the calamity of misfortune into a great fortune. Siyu's bloodline is extremely powerful. Xinjian, you're still not Siyu's opponent right now. However, you don't need to be discouraged because you haven't fully matured yet. Many of your abilities have yet to mature. Once you've fully matured, even if you're not as great as Siyu, the gap between you won't be as great as it is now, said Senior Feng. Senior Feng, are you saying that even after I've fully matured in all aspects, I'm still not as good as Siyu? Xinjian became rather discouraged. Don't even think about comparing yourself to Siyu. There really aren't many royal clans in the world that can match up to Siyu's bloodline. Even if your bloodline from the Sword of Starry Skies recovers to its peak and reaches the level of the first ancestor of the Sword of Starry Skies, it'll still be slightly inferior to Siyu. Let alone the fact that your bloodline is still extremely thin. Xinjian, you're actually already extremely outstanding. With your talent, it's unprecedented even with the entire Saints world in perspective. Very few people can match up to you. It's just that your starting point is a little weaker. Master Feng paused for a moment and seemed to feel that his words weren't extremely appropriate, so he added. Actually, it shouldn't be said to be weak. After all, in the vast 6 dimensions, there are only a few races that possess such a formidable bloodline. Xinjian immediately became rather shocked when he heard Senior Feng, who was basically invincible in his heart, praise Siyu's bloodline so much. He could not help but look at Siyu and ask curiously, Siyu, what bloodline do you have? Chapter 2997. Siyu blinked and didn't say anything. However, he was clearly very surprised that Senior Feng was able to identify his bloodline. Xinjian stared at Siyu in astonishment for a while. From his expression, it seemed that this was the first time he had truly seen Siyu. However, Xinjian clearly didn't know much about the Tiger Emperor Siyu. Out of curiosity, he immediately asked, Senior Feng, is the Tiger Emperor Siyu's bloodline really that powerful? Senior Feng nodded and said, the Tiger Emperor Siyu's bloodline is indeed very powerful. In the 6 realms, the only ones who can suppress the power of the Tiger Emperor Siyu's bloodline are the successors of the Warring Gods' bloodline. The Warring Gods of the God race are publicly recognized as the strongest bloodline and the strongest inheritance in the 6 realms. Therefore, the Warring Gods are also the indisputable strongest in the 6 realms. No one of the same level is a match for the Warring God. Of course, it can also be said that no one is a match for the Warring Gods. Below the Warring Gods is the Tiger Emperor Siyu's bloodline. If the Warring Gods bloodline is the first order, then the Tiger Emperor Siyu's bloodline is the second order. However, in the current world, only the Warring Gods remain in the first order. As for the second order, there are more of them. Back when the demon realm was still in ruins, there were as many as 4 types of second-order bloodlines. 4. Senior Feng, are you saying that apart from the Tiger Emperor Siyu's bloodline, there are 3 other bloodlines that are on par with mine? Siyu asked with a face full of surprise. He had learned a little about the Tiger Emperor Siyu's bloodline from Mo Tianyun. However, it was only a superficial knowledge. He didn't know that apart from the Tiger Emperor Siyu's bloodline, there were 3 other bloodlines that were on par with him. Senior Feng nodded and said, although the demon realm has been in ruins for an unknown period of time, it is still a great world. There are many ancient records about the demon realm that have been passed down from various realms. I, old man, only learned about the 4 bloodlines from these ancient records. Among the 4 bloodlines, apart from the Siyu Tiger Emperor, the other 3 bloodlines are the Purple Gold Black Tortoise, the Eternal Vermilion Bird, and the 9-Clawed Golden Dragon. They are in the White Tiger Clan, the Vermilion Bird Clan, the Black Tortoise Clan, and Azure Dragon Clan. The Siyu Tiger Emperor, the Purple Gold Black Tortoise, the Eternal Vermilion Bird, and the 9-Clawed Golden Dragon are like the warring gods among the god clans. They are supreme and extremely respected. Senior Feng sighed when he reached there. However, it's a pity that ever since the demon realm shattered, the Siyu Tiger Emperor, the Purple Gold Black Tortoise, the Eternal Vermilion Bird, and the 5-Clawed Golden Dragon have never been born again. This is because there are no more rumors about the 4 bloodlines in the ancient records or the realms. It's as if the 4 bloodlines have completely vanished from the world. Senior Feng looked at Siyu with a rather strange gaze. As a result, when Old Man recognized your bloodline, even Old Man felt extremely surprised. He never thought that the Siyu Tiger Emperor that had almost vanished from the legends would actually appear before Old Man. Alright, how did you come to the Saints' World? Back then, I came to the Saints' World with my brother. Siyu was rather speechless. Had Senior Feng lost his mind again? Why did he have to ask such a simple question? Senior Feng came to a realization. Oh, you came to the Saints' World with Jianchen? Then how did you get to the Tian Yuan continent? This time, not only was Siyu dumbfounded, but even Jianchen and Shen Jian looked at each other. Senior Feng, shouldn't you be leaving? Shen Jian asked carefully. He felt that Senior Feng's time of sobriety was up. He was about to go insane again. Senior Feng glared at Shen Jian and unhappily said, impudent. Do I need you to tell me when Old Man wants to leave? Don't worry, Old Man is still sober right now. He hasn't lost his mind. Siyu, why don't you tell me how you came to the Tian Yuan continent back then? Senior Feng's eyes were filled with deep curiosity. Jianchen could only explain when he saw how serious Senior Feng was. Senior Feng, Siyu was born on the Tian Yuan continent. What? Born on the Tian Yuan continent? Senior Feng was shocked when he heard that. Disbelief filled his face as he murmured, that shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be the case. Siyu, the Tiger Emperor of the Demon's World, was actually born in a miniature world below the Saint's World. Even if the Demon's World has shattered, Siyu should have appeared in the Immortal's World. Why did he appear in the Saint's World? Strange, this is truly strange. However, Siyu did not care about where Siyu had appeared. All he could think about right now was that he actually had a clan as well. His heart immediately burned with passion. Senior Feng, I heard from you that there were 4 imperial clans in the Demon's World. Now that the Demon's World has shattered, may I ask how the 4 imperial clans are doing? Just like us spirit sages, the 4 imperial clans of the Demon's World and the remnants of the other clans have all gone to the Immortal's World. However, they're much luckier than us spirit sages. We paid an extremely heavy price to gain a foothold in the Saints' World. However, the 4 imperial clans of the demon's world assimilated with an even easier time than us spirit sages. But now they no longer call themselves imperial clans. They've become the sacred beast clan of the immortals' world. They're a terrifying organization that no one can ignore. In particular, the sacred beast king of their clan is extremely powerful. Although he hasn't reached the level of a grand exalt, he's the only terrifying existence that Old Man isn't confident in defeating in the current 6th world. Is the sacred beast king even more powerful than the bloodlines of the winged tiger, the purple-gold-black tortoise, the eternal vermilion bird, and the 9-clawed golden dragon? Is the sacred beast king the ancestral dragon? Siyu asked. You actually know about the ancestral dragon as well. A sliver of surprise appeared on Senior Feng's face. Afterwards, he said after some thought, the sacred beast king isn't the ancestral dragon, but he comes from the Azure Dragon clan. As for whether the sacred beast king's bloodline is stronger than Siyu's, the purple-gold-black tortoises, the eternal vermilion birds, and the 9-clawed golden dragon's bloodline, that's not easy to compare. As for the ancestral dragon, a sliver of surprise appeared in Senior Feng's eyes. He said, if the ancestral dragon is reborn, then the warring gods will have a worthy opponent. It's just a pity that the ancestral dragon only exists in legends because it has vanished for far, far too long. Chapter 2998. Senior Feng left once again. With his departure, Jianchen, Shen Jian, and Siyu returned to where they cultivated. The so-called cultivation grounds were, in fact, just a few caverns that they had casually dug out. The location of the caverns was not far from the heavenly treasures planted on this nameless planet. Although they all had divine palaces that could provide them with a better environment, none of them chose to cultivate in the divine palaces. Firstly, the nameless planet was very safe. There was no need to worry about being disturbed at all. Secondly, it was because cultivating outside gave one a feeling of being closer to nature. This was because, even though the nameless planet was in an abandoned state, it really was extraordinary. Not only was it enveloped by an extremely powerful formation, but the laws of the world would often evolve as well. Moreover, there were a few heavenly resources of extremely high grades planted here. Jianchen, this soil is used to nurture innate items, so there's some innate presence in the soil. Ingesting it will be extremely beneficial to cultivation, said Jianchen. And these few droplets of dew were collected from the soul-resurrecting flower. According to Senior Feng, the soul-resurrecting flower is a heavenly resource specially used to strengthen the soul. It's also a natural treasure, so it's extremely rare. However, the dew produced by the soul-resurrecting flower is very different from regular dew because it's condensed from the power of the soul-resurrecting flower itself. It only produces a single droplet every year. Every droplet of dew from the soul-resurrecting flower contains extremely pure power of the soul. If you consume the dew for a long period of time, not only will the power of the soul increase by leaps and bounds, but you'll also be able to further condense the soul and cleanse the negative emotions in your soul. As for these leaves, they're specially used to refine the body. Not only can they strengthen the body and improve the constitution, but they can also increase the rate at which the body absorbs origin energy. Shen Jian took out various precious cultivation resources from outside and passed them to Jianchen and Siyu in 2 portions. He did not harm the core of the heavenly resources, only taking away some minor details. However, even if it was just a side branch, it was still a rare treasure to infinite primes. It would be very difficult to obtain it in the outside world. This was because the heavenly resources had all been personally planted by Senior Feng. For a top expert at Senior Feng's level, many god-tier treasures of heaven and earth were useless to him. Thus, something that could be personally nurtured by him was naturally not an ordinary item. Jianchen and Siyu did not hold back at all. They directly accepted the precious resources from Shen Jian. There was no need for any formalities between the 3 of them. At the same time, Jianshan wanted to experience the effects of the heavenly resources as well. Very soon, he ingested the heavenly resources that Shen Jian had passed to him. He could not help but sigh in amazement. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Shen Jian handed over were all insignificant. They were either some soil, flower dew, or a small piece of leaf. It could be said that they could only be considered as accessories. But even if they were just accessories, he could feel that these minor heavenly materials and earthly treasures had a very obvious effect on him. With the help of these treasures, there will not be a huge increase in strength within a short period of time. However, if one persisted in using them for a long period of time like Shen Jian, the benefits would be immeasurable. Other than the lack of treasures that could strengthen one's bloodline, all other aspects of one's abilities would undergo an all-round increase. In fact, it might even undergo a complete upgrade. It might even be refined, thought Jianshan. He could not help but think of the Saint Blood Dao fruit. If the Saint Blood Dao fruit was still here, the heavenly resources planted here would truly form a complete set. Ingesting all the heavenly resources together could increase the strength of any cultivator in all aspects. Whether it be the bloodline, the body, or the soul, none of them would be left behind. They could truly make a person undergo a complete rebirth. Senior Feng prepared these things for himself in the beginning, so he could prepare for the final step, thought Jianshan. Since Senior Feng had said that he no longer needed the heavenly resources and had left them all to Shen Jian, Jianshan could already predict just how powerful Shen Jian would become once he ingested them. However, he also knew that Shen Jian was still far from that day. Although he was already an infinite prime, his cultivation was still a little too low compared to these rare heavenly resources. Ingesting them now would instead be a waste. I've already grasped many laws now. The laws of the sword and the laws of space are the most powerful, followed by the golden cores of laws I obtained from the 8 experts beneath the desolate plain. They are the laws of strength, the laws of creation, the laws of destruction, the laws of fire, the laws of curses, the laws of corrosion, and the laws of space. Among the 7 great laws, the law of space is at the forefront, followed by the law of strength. As for the remaining laws, my understanding of them is shallow. Even if I have a golden core of laws, I have almost no time to cultivate them. Next is martial soul force. However, once I leave the martial soul mountain, the rate at which I cultivate martial soul force slows down. If I want to cultivate martial soul force, it's best if I go to the martial soul mountain. Although I can cultivate the laws of corrosion, the laws of curses, the laws of fire, the laws of strength, the laws of destruction, and the laws of creation to infinite primes smoothly by absorbing the golden cores of laws, it'll be very difficult for me to become a 5th heavenly layer infinite prime even if I absorb all the power within the golden cores of laws. Laws at the level of a 5th heavenly layer infinite prime won't be able to increase my current battle prowess by much. It'll only give me some supplementary abilities at most. Moreover, I might not even be able to reach the 5th heavenly layer. I'll have to spend many years on this. My current strength is still not enough. The only thing I can increase my strength with right now is the laws of the sword. There's no need for me to purposefully increase my laws of space for now. I haven't used up all the power of the spatial insect emperor's soul in me yet. When my strength increases again, the power of the spatial insect emperor will directly increase my laws of space to chaotic prime. Jianshan closed his eyes and thought. He began to examine himself and plan his future path. He had indeed grasped many laws now. Aside from the ones mentioned above, he had also comprehended the laws of samsara and the way of karma through the samsaric immortal exalt. However, he also understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. Instead of wasting time comprehending laws that could not increase his battle prowess by much, he would be better off devoting all his thoughts, energy, and resources to comprehending the laws of the sword. Every time his laws of the sword reached a new level, his chaotic body would increase as well. Every time his strength increased, he would have an additional method to protect himself. When the day came when there were very few people in the world who could threaten him, would he still have to worry about not having enough time to comprehend other laws? I'll leave the 7 remnant souls behind for now. Jianshan was already equivalent to a chaotic prime now. He was no longer the puny divine king from the desolate plain. As a result, he could sense the 7 remnant souls in his consciousness even more clearly. Not only was his soul powerful now, but he was also protected by the sword spirits as well. As a result, the 7 remnant souls could no longer threaten him. The 7 remnant souls probably had never expected Jianshan to grow so quickly. After deciding on a direction, Jianshan thought about it and took out a divine hall in the end. He entered the divine hall and directly took out the fortune jade. He sat on it and comprehended the laws of the sword. The fortune jade was no small matter. Although Jianshan trusted Senior Feng very much, he still felt like there was a need to hide the existence of the fortune jade. The supreme quality Saint Artifact Divine Hall naturally could not hide from the senses of Senior Feng's soul. However, the fortune jade just happened to be a special treasure that could hide from the senses of the souls of all experts. Even Grand Exalts were no exception. Chapter 2999. Sitting on the fortune jade, Jianshan immediately felt the laws of the world that seemed to be hidden in the mist immediately clear up. Not only could he see them even more clearly, but he could comprehend them much more efficiently as well. It was far, far easier than when he did not use the fortune jade. However, the fortune jade's effects were slow and long-term. It was nowhere near as forceful and brutal as the Fruit of Ways, where it could allow people to break through to a whole new level of cultivation in an extremely short amount of time. Moreover, now that Jianshan's laws of the sword had reached his current level, the amount of effort and difficulty he needed to make every bit of progress would be several times more difficult or even several dozen times more difficult than before. So, even if he had the assistance of the fortune jade that allowed him to comprehend the grand Daos of the heavens and the earth much more easily, it was absolutely impossible for his sword Dao to advance from the intermediate stage of the sword immortal realm to the advanced stage of the sword immortal realm in a short period of time. Jianshan had no idea how long he spent in seclusion. However, when Senior Feng roused again, Siyu had woken up Jianshan as well. He had told her long ago that once Senior Feng roused, Siyu would immediately wake him up. The supreme quality Saint Artifact Divine Hall could block vision, but it could not block the senses of the soul of a primordial realm expert. Jianshan stowed the fortune jade away and reappeared in the outside world. Sure enough, he discovered that Senior Feng had already arrived. Senior Feng did not remain awake for long each time. It would only last around 4 to 6 hours at most. If it was short, he could only remain awake for 2 hours. Today, old man won't be telling you about history. It's useless to you no matter how much you know about it. Today, old man will be telling you about the ways of the world, said Senior Feng. Jianshan and Siyu were immediately overjoyed when they heard that. They both looked at Xinjian. They knew that it was all thanks to Xinjian that they could hear someone like Senior Feng personally tell them about the ways of the world. This was because they had already learnt from Xinjian that before they came to this nameless planet, Senior Feng would spend all his time on nurturing Xinjian whenever he was awake. He would either pass on a large amount of knowledge or personally guide Xinjian on various matters regarding cultivation. If it were not for Xinjian, the two of them would never have been able to enjoy such treatment. Afterwards, Senior Feng began to explain the true essence of the ways of the world. His cultivation level was just far, far too high. Even though he had not truly taken the final step and become an existence comparable to the ways of the world, there were endless laws that evolved when he spoke about the ways of the world. It directly affected the world, causing it to undergo shocking changes. Senior Feng seemed to have fused with space, with the world, and with the ways of the world. Every single voice that rang out from his mouth seemed to represent the truth of the world. It was filled with endless mysteries. Jianchen, Siyu, and Shenjian were completely enraptured. They became completely submerged, forgetting about themselves. However, Senior Feng's lecture did not last for too long. In just 2 hours, Senior Feng stopped and left once more. He went to the other side of the planet. Every time Senior Feng speaks about the ways of the world, he's only awake for a very short period of time, Shen Jian said with mixed feelings as he watched Senior Feng leave. Afterwards, the three of them continued to cultivate. Just like that, day after day, year after year, their strength increased at a steady rate. Their comprehension of the ways of the world gradually deepened as well, advancing step by step. This was because a supreme expert was speaking about the ways of the world for them without any complaint. The content of his speech was filled with countless things. Jianchen, Shenjian, today, old man will speak about the way of the sword to the two of you. One day, Senior Feng woke up once again. Senior Feng, you know the way of the sword as well? Jianchen asked in surprise. Senior Feng shook his head. The old man has grasped the way of the sword. However, the 3,000 ways of the world all lead to the same destination. As long as you stand at a certain height, even if you haven't grasped any other ways, you'll still have that kind of insight. Moreover, your realms are really too low in the eyes of the old man. Therefore, with the old man's insight, it's completely enough to teach the two of you a lesson. After all, the experts of the way of the sword that the old man saw in the past were quite a few. Next, Feng Zunzhe started to speak about the way of the sword. Just like he'd said, even if he hadn't grasped the way of the sword, due to the fact that his realm was too high and coupled with the fact that he'd seen many experts of the way of the sword, it allowed him to possess an extraordinary insight that ordinary people couldn't imagine. He was even able to tell that Jianchen and Shenjian were lacking in the way of the sword with a single glance. If it was said that when an expert of the way of the sword passed on the way of the sword, it was completely based on his own comprehension of the ways of the world. However, the way of the sword that Senior Feng spoke about was more to point out a wide path forward, allowing one to avoid some bumps and chasms in advance. Even if one unknowingly walked into a wrong path on the way of the world, Senior Feng would be able to tell with a single glance and correct it. See you, old man will explain the way of slaughter to you. Under Senior Feng's careful guidance, Jianchen, Siyu, and Shenjian all improved by leaps and bounds. In particular, Jianchen would immediately enter the Divine Hall and use the Fortune Jade to cultivate after Senior Feng's lectures due to the Fortune Jade. As a result, he improved the most out of the three of them. My comprehension of the way of the sword has clearly increased by a lot. I'm getting closer and closer to the major achievement of Sword Immortal, Jianchen thought. He had a feeling that he had reached the 9th heavenly layer of Infinite Prime with his current comprehension of the way of the sword. Once I reach the major achievement of Sword Immortal, I'll officially reach Chaotic Prime. Jianchen was filled with eagerness. If he continued to improve steadily like this, that day would definitely not be too far away. However, that was under the premise that he had the Fortune Jade. Without the Fortune Jade, the time required would be several times longer or even several dozen times longer. Master, this Senior Feng situation doesn't seem to be optimistic. At this moment, the sword spirit's voices suddenly rang out. Hearing this, Jianchen's heart trembled. He had a bad feeling. He believed that the sword spirits already knew about Senior Feng's occasional madness, but now that they had said something like that, it meant that they had discovered something else. That's right. Master, don't be fooled by Senior Feng's strength. He's also in a life and death situation now. If he's unlucky, he'll probably only live for 1,000 years at most. Qing Sua's voice sounded. Upon hearing that Senior Feng only had 1,000 years at most, Jianchen's heart immediately tightened. Jianchen was already indebted to Senior Feng's careful guidance over the past few days. Now that he knew that Senior Feng's situation was actually so serious, Jianshan's heart immediately rose to his throat. Chapter 3000. Master, actually, when you first came to this planet and met Senior Feng for the first time, Qing Suo and I had already sensed a unique presence from Senior Feng. It was as if he was extremely similar to us artifact spirits in certain aspects, said Qing Suo. Afterwards, after many observations, we finally confirmed one thing. The Senior Feng you speak of is currently sacrificing himself to fuse with an extremely powerful god artifact. Once he successfully fuses with the god artifact, he'll abandon his body and leave his race. He'll fuse with the extremely powerful god artifact perfectly. When that happens, he'll be the god artifact, and the god artifact will be him, the sword spirits explained to Jianshan. Their voices were filled with mixed feelings. Isn't that the artifact spirit? Does Senior Feng want to become the artifact spirit of some peak god artifact? Jianshan was astounded. At the same time, he found it hard to believe. Senior Feng's current cultivation had already reached the peak of perfection, and he was confident that no one below Grand Exalt was his opponent aside from the Saint Beast Kings of the Immortals world. He already possessed such terrifying strength, so why did he choose to walk an unheard-of path? He was actually trying to bury himself, abandoning his body and bloodline to become an artifact spirit. Jianshan was extremely confused by this. If it were not for his absolute trust in the sword spirits, he would not even have believed it. No, it shouldn't be the artifact spirit. If he succeeds, he'll become a god artifact himself, a god artifact that doesn't need to choose a master. He'll be the master himself, a special existence that can perfectly use all the power of a god artifact. It's fundamentally different from the artifact spirit. However, the path he's taking only exists in distant legends. At the very least, from the information Qing Suo and I have, we've never heard of anyone succeeding. And this Senior Feng is currently facing severe problems. If nothing unexpected happens, he won't be able to live past 1,000 years, Ziying said with great certainty. Ziying, Qing Suo, what exactly is wrong with Senior Feng? Jianshan became extremely stern. The god artifact he's fused with is definitely on par with the Azulite swords. At the very least, it's a peak god artifact on par with the Azulite swords and the Anata Tower. Normally, god artifacts like that are used by Grand Exalt. Even though Senior Feng is a half-step Grand Exalt, he hasn't set foot in the end, so it's impossible for him to succeed. In the end, the backlash from the god artifact's power will cause his soul to be destroyed. The reason why he struggles to remain clear-headed and often loses control is because of the backlash, Ziying said. Let alone the fact that he's not a true Grand Exalt. Even if he really has stepped into the domain of a Grand Exalt, if he tries to fuse with a god artifact, it'll still be a dead end, because this path won't work. Qing Suo added. She did not have a good impression of Senior Feng's prospects either. Is there no other way? Jianshan asked rather reluctantly. This time, the sword spirits remained silent. They did not answer Jianshan. However, just when Jianshan was about to give up, Qing Suo's slightly hesitant voice rang out. If it were anyone else, even Grand Exalts, they wouldn't be able to help him. If it's Master, you might be able to try. Jianshan's eyes lit up when he heard that. He said, Qing Suo, are you saying that I have a way to help Senior Feng? Qing Suo remained silent for a while before slowly saying, Senior Feng has already fused with the god artifact, allowing him to borrow its power to a certain extent. It's exactly because of that we can sense a familiar presence from Senior Feng. However, the god artifact that Senior Feng has fused with possesses a sliver of the presence of chaos. It's also because of this that we believe that Master might be able to help Senior Feng. This is because Master's soul once fused with a strand of true chaotic force. If Master did not possess this strand of true chaotic force, he would not be able to help Senior Feng even if he reached major achievement with the chaotic body. Jianshan sucked in a deep breath. Then how can I help Senior Feng? Use the essence blood of chaos. Qing Sua said. Essence blood of chaos? Jianshan was stunned. He originally thought that helping Senior Feng would be extremely difficult, but he never thought that he only needed to use the essence blood of chaos. To him, this was as simple as it could get. Although it was impossible for any expert to possess a lot of essence blood, and they would be heavily injured if they used too much of it, they could slowly recover. The strand of true chaotic force that fused with Master's soul is not as simple as just transforming Master's soul. It is also subtly changing Master's constitution. Even though Master's essence blood of chaos is nowhere close to the level of true chaotic force, it has undergone a qualitative change. It contains a sliver of a higher level of chaotic force, and it shares a certain level of affinity with the powerful God artifact that Senior Feng has fused with. It's exactly because of this affinity that we believe that Master might be able to help Senior Feng. However, Master will definitely use up a large amount of essence blood of chaos if that's the case, which will greatly affect Master, Qing Sua said. Senior Feng bestowed us with the blood of Saint Fruits of Tao first. Afterwards, he personally guided us in cultivation. His kindness is as heavy as a mountain. How can some essence blood of chaos compare to this kindness? Jianshan said righteously. In the following days, Jianshan was no longer in the mood to cultivate. Instead, he patiently waited for Senior Feng to wake up again. Time passed silently. After who knows how long, Senior Feng finally appeared before the three of them again. He knew that he would not be awake for too long, so he treasured this short period of time. As soon as he saw Jianshan, Siyu, and Shin Jian, he cut to the chase. Enter the old man. I'll continue my lecture. Senior Feng, please wait. Before Senior Feng could finish speaking, Jianshan immediately interrupted Senior Feng's lecture. He clasped his fist at Senior Feng politely. Senior Feng, I have something important to discuss with you. Can we talk in private? Senior Feng was calm and approachable. Although he was a half-step Grand Exalt, a supreme expert who could shake up the world, he did not give off the presence of a supreme expert at all. Instead, he seemed more like a benevolent senior to Jianshan and the others. Chapter 3001. Senior Feng, are you fusing with an extremely powerful God artifact right now? Jianshan did not beat around the bush and directly asked. He stared at Senior Feng in interest. A smear of surprise appeared in Senior Feng's eyes when he heard that. He stared at Jianshan deeply and chuckled. With your current cultivation level, it's impossible for you to know that. It must have been the two sword spirits hidden in you who told you that. However, the two sword spirits are extraordinary. Even though Old Man can sense that they have not completely recovered, they are still condensed from yin and yang qi after all. It makes sense that they can tell what's wrong with Old Man, Senior Feng. Do you know that the path you're taking right now is very dangerous? Jianshan growled. Senior Feng had a kind smile on his face as he said unconcernedly, Tell me, what else did the two sword spirits tell you? They said that the path Senior Feng is taking is a dead end. It's very difficult to pass through, said Jianshan. A dead end. Senior Feng laughed involuntarily. Sword spirits are still sword spirits after all. Even though they're extremely powerful azulate swords, they're still sword spirits in the end. Even if they have some experience, they're nowhere near as experienced as their former master. If their master was still alive, he would never have come to such a conclusion after seeing Old Man's situation. Senior Feng, are you confident that you can pass through this difficulty? Jianshan was rather stunned. In his mind, the sword spirits had basically always played the role of omniscient. As long as the sword spirits had come to a conclusion about something, there would basically be no other conclusion. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where he had refuted the sword spirit. Since Old Man is bold enough to take this path, he obviously has some confidence. It's just that he's not very confident, only 30%. However, even if he fails, Old Man won't completely die. He'll just have to pay a heavy price. This price is that a strand of Old Man's soul will be reincarnated, said Fengzhenjie. Impossible. You're walking a path of no return. Once you fail, your soul will be completely destroyed. How is it possible for you to reincarnate? The sword spirits appeared and conjured two illusionary figures above Jianqin's head. They confronted Fengzhenjie. Senior Feng looked at the sword spirits and slowly said, "You're only talking about the creatures you've seen. Indeed, there's probably not a single one of the creatures in the 6 worlds who can take this path, but Old Man is an exception." When he spoke up to this point, Senior Feng paused for a moment before he continued. In the past, there were countless clans in the sacred immortal world. Amongst these clans, there was a rather special clan called the Artifact Spirit Clan. The Artifact Spirit Clan possessed an innate ability to merge with any god artifact of the same level as them, allowing them to obtain all the abilities of the god artifact and greatly increase their strength. Although the true artifact spirit race has long since disappeared in the long river of history, when the artifact spirit race intermarried with other races, part of their bloodline power still leaked out. As a result, although the artifact spirit race has vanished, a portion of their bloodline has still been passed down. An Old Man is one of them. Fengzhenjie sighed gently when he reached there. It's just a pity that the sliver of bloodline in Old Man's body is not pure. It's just like Shunjian right now, where the bloodline is so thin that it's about to completely disperse. Otherwise, Old Man's chances of fusing with a god artifact would increase by 50% at the very least. The Artifact Spirit Race. There's actually a race called the Artifact Spirit Race. Ziying and Qing Sua came to a realization. Although they had once followed Grand Exalts and heard many secrets, they were not true Grand Exalts after all. This was because at Grand Exalt's level of cultivation, they could see through the deepest mysteries of the world. As long as it was a race that had appeared in the world in the past, Grand Exalts could learn of their existence through the mysteries of the world. However, the artifact spirit did not possess this ability. As a result, Ziying and Qing Sua understood that their old master probably knew about the existence of the artifact spirit race. He just did not tell them. As artifact spirit, we can see some things that even Grand Exalts cannot. But at the same time, we artifact spirit cannot see some things that Grand Exalts can see. They consoled themselves. The sword spirits comforted themselves. They could not help but look at Jianqin. They had finally found some confidence. At the very least, Grand Exalts could not see through the mysteries hidden on Jianqin. Ziying, Qing Sua, since Senior Feng has the bloodline of the artifact spirit race, can I still help Senior Feng right now? Jianqin asked. This was his blind spot. With his current knowledge and experience, he was unable to touch upon such a high-level topic, so he needed to ask the sword spirits. Of course you can. If we were only 70% confident before, we're 100% confident now. With Master's assistance, he'll definitely succeed in fusing with the god artifact, the sword spirits swore. Senior Feng also understood what the sword spirits were saying. His face immediately changed, and he said in surprise, "What did you say? Jianqin can help Old Man?" However, he shook his head soon afterward. Impossible. Even Grand Exalts, who are existences like the laws of the world, can't help me with the path that Old Man has taken. I can only rely on my own fortune and fortune. How can Jianqin have the ability to do that? The sword spirits smiled mysteriously when they heard that. Afterwards, they looked at Jianqin. Jianqin understood and immediately forced out a droplet of essence blood from his body. When he took out the droplet of essence blood, he immediately felt his body weaken for a moment. Senior Feng, my essence blood is rather different. It might be able to help you. Jianqin controlled the droplet of essence blood to slowly float before the wind. Venerable. Impossible. Your current essence blood is far too weak in Old Man's eyes. Moreover, forget about your Chaos Essence blood that has yet to mature, even if it is the Chaos Essence blood that has reached the advanced Chaos Strength level, it will still be of no use to the old me. Feng Zunjie shook his head and said. However, his words suddenly came to a halt when he spoke until this point. Immediately, his eyes stared intently at this drop of Chaos blood. His entire breathing had stilled. At this moment, time seemed to have come to a standstill. Everything seemed to have stopped reviving. Only Senior Feng's eyes widened and shock, disbelief and other expressions appeared on his aged face. This is primal chaos force. This is true primal chaos force. After a while, Senior Feng seemed to have finally confirmed it. He let out a murmur and his entire person was in a daze. Chapter 3002. As the saying went, the higher one stood, the further one could see. Those who had reached Senior Feng's level of cultivation were naturally people who stood at the apex of the pyramid. As a result, he understood the power of chaotic force extremely well. From what he knew, chaotic force was a supreme power that could not be controlled by anyone. Even if there were people who cultivated chaotic force in the world, the chaotic force they possessed was all fake. It was not true chaotic force at all. However, at this moment, he actually sensed a sliver of the presence of true chaotic force from Jian Chen's essence blood. Naturally, Senior Feng was extremely shocked. This was because the appearance of the strand of true chaotic force had completely shattered his understanding of the world, and his opinion of the ways of the world. The true primal chaos force actually appeared in a cultivator. In Senior Feng's opinion, this was absolutely impossible. Senior Feng was shocked for a long time before he finally regained his senses. He inhaled a deep breath of air and slowly calmed himself down. After which, his gaze towards Jianchen underwent a tremendous change. What kind of gaze was that? It was a gaze that seemed as if he was looking at a monster or as if he had discovered a new continent. It was filled with all sorts of strangeness and disbelief. How did you do it? Senior Feng asked. When I used the fusion of the twin swords last time, I suffered a backlash from the chaotic force. However, I didn't die in the end. This strand of true chaotic force fused with my body at that time. Jianchen told him the truth without hiding anything. This was because he knew that such a method could only appear on him and could not be replicated. The fusion of the twin swords, the previous master of the twin swords died because of the fusion of the twin swords. Senior Feng murmured. He seemed to recall some past events and legends, and he became dazed. Senior Feng, just tell me if my Chaos Essence blood is useful or not. Jianchen hurriedly returned to the main topic. He knew that Senior Feng would not be awake for too long, so he was afraid that if he delayed any longer, he would run out of time before he could do anything. The Wind Venerable looked at Jianchen and sighed gently. I never thought that I, the Wind Venerable, who has shaken up the Saints' world, would need the help of a junior in the end. The affairs of the world really are unpredictable. Whatever. Let's see if your special Chaos Essence blood is of any use to the old man. Master Feng gently touched the Chaos Blood Essence with his finger. The Chaos Blood Essence immediately merged with his fingertip and disappeared. Afterwards, the Wind Venerable sat down and closed his eyes as if he entered a state of meditation. Jianchen stared fixedly at the Wind Venerable as he waited patiently. His heart was filled with eagerness. He knew that even if the Wind Venerable did not die as the Sword Spirits had described, a 30% chance of success was still far too low. As a result, he hoped that the Chaos Essence blood would the Wind Venerable was the Wind Venerable. I hope the Sword Spirits aren't wrong this time, Jianchen thought. After learning about the Artifact Spirit Clan, he understood that the Sword Spirits were not omnipotent. As a result, he could only truly relax after the Wind Venerable personally confirmed whether his Chaos Essence blood could help Senior Feng. Jianchen did not wait for long. Around 5 minutes later, The Wind Venerable finally opened his eyes slowly. His eyes were extremely bright as they shone brightly. There was undisguised excitement and joy in them. "Senior Feng, what's the result?" Jianchen immediately asked. The Wind Venerable laughed aloud. "Jianchen, you really are the benefactor of the old man. I never thought that your Chaos Essence blood would actually help the old man fuse with the artifact." Jianchen's face lit up with joy when he heard that. He had completely stopped worrying. What truly helped the old man was the presence of the chaotic force. Even though the presence was weak, it was just too great. It could suppress the artifact to a certain extent. The Wind Venerable frowned again when he reached there. "It's just that a droplet of Chaos Essence blood is nowhere near enough to the old man." "Don't worry, Senior Feng. It's fine as long as it's useful to you. You don't need to worry about the Chaos blood at all. I can provide you with as much as you need," Jianchen said very generously. Although the essence blood of any cultivator was extremely limited, it could be slowly recovered. The only flaw was that it would cause the cultivator to become heavily injured. At the same time, it would take quite some time to recover. The Wind Venerable stared at Jianchen sternly. "Jianchen, do you know just how much damage this will cause you?" To other experts, the loss of too much blood essence does indeed affect them greatly. Moreover, their recovery is also extremely slow. However, Senior Feng, don't forget that I cultivate the chaotic body. The greatest advantage of the chaotic body is its astonishing recovery in all aspects. Losing some essence blood is nothing to me, Jianchen said without any concern. All right. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you for the next few days." Senior Feng was not pretentious and gladly accepted. Jianchen smiled in a free and easy manner. He suppressed the feeling of weakness that came from his body and once again took out 20 drops of Chaos Essence blood and gave them to Wind Master. His face immediately paled from the loss of 20 droplets of essence blood. A sliver of haggard appeared on his face, as if he had been greatly injured. However, Jianchen didn't care about this. He endured the weakness of his body and said, "Senior Feng, I can only give you some Chaos Essence blood every once in a while. I also need time to recover." Senior Feng stared at Jianchen deeply. His expression was extremely mixed. However, he said nothing. He took out a large pile of recovery pills and heavenly resources from his space ring and passed them to Jianchen. With a wave of his hand, he left with the 20 droplets of essence blood that belonged to Jianchen. This was the first time Senior Feng had left with a clear mind ever since they had arrived on this nameless planet. Shen Jian and Siyu both looked at Jianchen after Senior Feng's departure. They were puzzled and curious. Not only were they unable to hear anything when Jianchen spoke with Senior Feng, but even space was affected. The scene inside was blurry, so they were unable to hear or see what was happening inside. "Jianchen, what's wrong with Senior Feng?" Shen Jian asked. This was the first time he had seen Senior Feng act so strangely ever since he had come into contact with him. "Brother, why are you so heavily injured?" Siyu stared at Jianchen's pale face and asked curiously. Chapter 3003. Jianchen, are you telling the truth? Have you really found a way to heal Senior Feng? Shen Jian immediately roused up when he heard that. He became excited. Out of everyone present, the person who cared about Senior Feng's illness the most was definitely Shen Jian. Jianchen nodded with a smile. He gave Shen Jian a look of confirmation. He did not go into too much detail. Afterwards, he turned around and entered the Divine Hall. Now that he knew his essence blood could help Senior Feng, Jianchen naturally did not have the time to cultivate like before. He had just lost 21 droplets of essence blood, so he needed to recover as soon as possible. Moreover, he knew that he would definitely require an extremely large amount of essence blood to completely resolve the problem Senior Feng faced when fusing with the God artifact. It was definitely not something that could be satisfied with just a few dozen droplets of essence blood. It'll all depend on the chaotic body whether I can recover the lost essence blood or not. I hope the chaotic body doesn't disappoint me, Jianshan thought. Essence blood was extremely difficult to recover. It required a large amount of heavenly resources and time. Normally, it would take several decades, a century, or even longer for a cultivator to recover a single droplet of essence blood. Of course, people with special constitutions or special cultivation methods could recover essence blood at a slightly different rate. It could take longer or shorter time to recover essence blood. Some special divine beasts could even recover essence blood at a much slower rate than experts of the same level. As for Jianshan's chaotic body, recovery was the specialty of the chaotic body, so Jianshan would need much more time to recover essence blood than regular cultivators. At this rate, I'll need around a year to recover a droplet of essence blood. I've lost 21 droplets this time, so it'll take me 21 years to recover naturally. Jianshan understood his recovery rate very quickly, and he could not help but frown. This recovery rate was extremely astonishing for any other primordial realm expert, but he still found it to be too slow. This was because Senior Feng required several hundred droplets of essence blood at the very least. If he could only recover a droplet a year, it would take him several hundred years. If a few hundred drops were not enough, it would require over 1,000 drops of chaos essence blood. That would take 1,000 years. Jianshan had cultivated for less than 1,000 years till now. I can only try these divine pills. Jianshan opened the spatial ring that Senior Feng had given him. This spatial ring contained many jade bottles, and without exception, all of them were divine-level pills. Their grades were not low, at least Zhongping divine pills, and there were even a large number of Shangping divine pills. After all, these were pills that came from Senior Feng's hands. Some low-grade divine pills naturally wouldn't enter the eyes of a powerhouse like Senior Feng. This is the blood-congealing divine pill. This is the divine blood immortal pellet. This is the heaven-seizing regeneration dan. Within the space ring, Jianshan immediately recognized quite a few divine tier pills. He then immediately took out a bottle of divine blood condensing pills. Opening the bottle, he found 10 divine blood condensing pills lying inside. He took out a divine blood condensing pill and swallowed it. 4 hours later, he slowly opened his eyes and thought to himself, a single divine blood condensing pill can recover 2 drops of chaos essence blood. A bottle of 10 can recover 20 drops. He glanced at the spatial ring. There were 4 bottles of divine blood condensing pills, enough to recover 80 drops of chaos essence blood. Jianshan swallowed the remaining 9 divine blood condensing pills in one gulp, focusing all his efforts on recovering chaos essence blood. Sacred immortal realm, burial realm. Not only were there many broken star fragments in the chaotic cosmos, but there were also many fragments of continents floating around. At this very moment, Ada, Air, San, and Sea were exploring a certain ruin on one of the continents. I feel more and more like there's something off about this place. It's as if there's something hidden in the void. I have the same feeling. Moreover, the ripples of space here are extremely abnormal. But this is the burial realm after all. Danger lurks everywhere. It's hard to say if this is a sign of some kind of danger. The 4 brothers carefully explored the region. At this moment, another ripple appeared in the void. It was like a beating heart. It did not cause too much of a disturbance, nor did any presence leak out. It was as if a mysterious power had isolated the entire place. There seems to be something similar to a spatial barrier. Come, let's work together and try breaking through this space, Ada called out. The 4 of them immediately worked together and used a sword technique. They shot out a resplendent streak of light towards the space there. The slash was completely soundless. The 4 sword chi seemed to have struck a soft sponge, causing the space around it to cave in. The spatial barrier seemed to have run out of energy long ago. After a stalemate with the 4 brothers' sword chi, it shattered in the end. As soon as the spatial barrier shattered, a presence that seemed to contain the presence of ways leaked out. The four brothers all shuddered when they sensed the presence. Immediately, they felt like the laws of the world were evolving in their heads. However, at this moment, over a dozen streaks of light flew over from afar. The person in the lead was clearly an infinite prime, while the cultivators behind him ranged from overgods to divine king. Clearly, they were the elders of some sect in the saints' world. They had come with their disciples for training. This is the origin of ways. The infinite prime clearly possessed extraordinary insight. He recognized the mysterious power with a single glance. He was extremely excited. Quick, cast down a formation and seal up the surroundings. We can't let the origin of ways leak out. Once other experts sense it, this thing that's right in front of us will end up in their hands, the infinite prime said excitedly as his face reddened. He immediately began casting down the formation. As for the four brothers, he ignored them. He did not take the mere four divine king primes seriously at all. The origin of ways. There's actually the origin of ways formed when a grand exalt passed away here. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a great laugh rang out. Three infinite primes who happened to pass by discovered the origin of ways as well, so they suddenly descended from outer space. The infinite prime who had arrived first revealed an ugly expression. He said sternly, "Friends, this is a place discovered by our Seven Symbols sect. It belongs to our Seven Symbols sect. I don't care if you're from the Seven Symbols sect or the Eight Symbols sect. None of you can leave here alive today. Brothers, let's attack together and kill them first. This origin of ways belongs to the three of us." One of the three infinite primes smiled viciously. Ha 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 ha, mere infinite primes want to covet the origin of ways. How foolish. However, before the three of them could do anything, the pressure of a chaotic prime suddenly descended. The great voice deafened the four infinite primes. A chaotic prime. Oh no. The expressions of the infinite primes changed drastically. At this moment, four stone pillars descended from the sky. They pierced through space with a chaotic prime, crushing down on the four infinite primes with lightning speed. Chapter 3004. Boom, 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 boom. With four booms, the four infinite primes were slain in a single instance. The disparity in strength was just too great, such that the four of them could not put up any resistance at all. Elder! The disciples of the Seven Symbols sect all cried out sorrowfully. The Divine King disciples fled into the distance as soon as they saw that the situation was bad. But very quickly, they collided with an invisible array formation and were bounced back. After all, this was a trapping formation cast down by a chaotic prime. They were only Divine King at most, so even if they used various secret techniques, they would struggle to break through. As for the chaotic prime, he did not take any further action after killing the four infinite primes. He could only sense the power of the formation permeate the space, growing stronger and stronger. Perhaps in his eyes, these divine kings were even less than ants. At the same time, he was confident that it would be impossible for these divine kings to escape, so he did not take them seriously. Instead, he used every second he had to cast down the formation. He did not want to waste any time on these divine kings. However, he'd underestimated the quintessence of the Grand Tao. The quintessence of the Grand Tao was such a high-level existence, so how could it be something that an ordinary formation could seal and trap? Moreover, the space in the burial region was unstable. Spatial storms could occur at any time, so even the formations personally cast down by chaotic primes would be affected in the space there. As a result, even when he was almost done casting down the formation, the presence of the origin of ways that leaked out was still unstoppable. God damn it! The chaotic prime naturally discovered that he could not trap the origin of ways. However, he did not stop casting down the formation. Instead, he moved even faster. However, the nature of the spirit formation had undergone some changes. It had become a sort of defensive grand formation. Since he could not hide the origin of ways, he cast down an impenetrable formation to stop his enemies and make more time for him to collect the origin of ways. This presence seems to be the origin of ways. It can't be wrong. This is definitely the source of the Great Path. Quick, send a message to the Supreme Elder. The essence of the Great Path has appeared in the ruins of the sacred immortal world. Send news back to the clan as quickly as possible. In a short period of time, more and more people learnt about the emergence of the origin of ways. All sorts of strange methods of communication flew through the various regions of the sacred immortal world. The news spread in all directions like a storm, reaching the 5 sacred grounds of the sacred immortal world very quickly. What? Is it true that a great Tao origin has appeared in the burial region? With the appearance of the source of the Great Path, there must be something left behind by a Grand Exalt. It might even be a Grand Exalt's inheritance. Immediately gather all the elders and follow the old man to the burial region. The Great Path's origin will definitely start a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Immediately send the news back to the sect, and have them send reinforcements as soon as possible. Immediately, the presences of many primordial realm experts erupted from the 5 sacred grounds of the spirit's world. The primordial realm experts who remained in the sacred grounds all hurried towards the tomb region in group. Boom! At the place where the origin of the Great Path appeared, there was a loud roar in the void. Some of the people who had been moving around in the burial zone all this time were shocked. At the same time, the primordial realm experts nearby had arrived first and began to attack the formations. Many of them were chaotic primes at the same level of cultivation as the person who cast down the formation. With their insight, they could naturally tell with a single glance that someone had purposefully cast down a formation to obstruct them in an attempt to monopolize the origin of ways. Everyone move out. Get through the formation first. Once the formation is destroyed, the origin of ways will be ours. Everyone will get a share. Otherwise, once this person has enough time and absorbs all the origin of ways, we won't be able to obtain anything. Primordial realm experts constantly called out from the people attacking the formation. They were extremely anxious. Immediately, all of the people attacking the spirit formation began to put in even more effort. They were all using their full strength. Under the attacks of so many primordial realm experts, the formation did not last for very long. It shattered loudly very soon, and the 2 medium-quality god artifacts that had been fused into the formation to strengthen it shattered as well. Spurt. With the destruction of the god artifacts, the chaotic prime who cast down the formation was affected as well. He vomited blood as soon as he opened his mouth. He looked at the many primordial realm experts that surged in from outside as deep regret and regret filled his eyes. This was because he understood that not only was he unable to monopolize the origin of ways, but his extravagant hopes of absorbing a little more had failed as well. However, he was vigilant as well. He looked at the chaotic primes who charged towards him aggressively and immediately called out, "Everyone, the origin of ways is flowing away at every moment. It can't last for very long. Wasting any time is a huge waste, so why don't you absorb it quickly?" After a moment of hesitation and consideration, the chaotic primes all gave up on the idea of attacking the person who cast down the formation. Instead, they all landed on the ground and absorbed the origin of ways as quickly as they could. However, at this moment the world rumbled. The universe was turned upside down and the laws fell into a mess. An extremely huge spatial crack suddenly appeared, piercing through the sky and earth. It devoured the entire piece of damaged land in a single instance. Immediately, the world changed before the eyes of all the primordial realm experts. The familiar landscape of the tomb region vanished, and the vast river of stars vanished as well. All they saw was darkness, darkness where they could not even see their own fingers. At this moment, if someone was in the burial zone, they would discover that the broken piece of land where the origin of the Great Tao had appeared had completely disappeared from the burial zone. The place where the broken piece of land had been was completely empty. There was only a spatial crack that was less than 10 meters long that remained there for a long time, and it did not close even after a long time. The entire piece of land where the origin of ways had appeared had actually been devoured by the spatial crack. It was impossible to tell from the outside. Who knew how many similar spatial cracks existed in the chaotic world of the tomb region? This is truly splitting apart the world. That's the burial region we're talking about. To want to separate the space in the burial region, just how much power does one have to be able to do that? All the primordial realm experts no longer cared about absorbing the origin of ways on the damaged piece of land. They all stared at the surroundings, and their faces paled in a single instance. Deep fear filled their faces. They were knowledgeable, so they could tell long ago that the ability to split the world was not accomplished through the laws of space. Instead, a supreme expert had used the extremely great power of laws to forcefully cleave off the region of space and hide it. Such means and ability could only be achieved by those peerless experts whose cultivation was unfathomable. Even a supreme figure like that had come for the origin of ways made all the primordial realm experts present shiver. Suddenly, in this world shrouded in darkness, a ray of light appeared high in the sky. Everyone could not help but raise their head. They all stared at the source of light that had suddenly appeared in the sky. The source of light was a woman in snow-white clothes. She was quite young, only in her 20s. She hovered in the sky as she shone with the light of ways. The light from her made her seem like a resplendent pearl in the darkness, illuminating the entire world. She was the only thing in the world. All the primordial realm experts in the boundless darkness below became even paler when they saw the woman. Even though the woman did not give off any pulses of cultivation, they were unable to sense her cultivation at all. Chapter 3005. Senior, I don't want this source of the great path anymore. Please show mercy and let me leave. Senior, we're just curious and came here to take a look. We definitely have no intention of fighting for the great Tao source. We'll leave this place immediately. Many of the primordial realm experts spoke out from below. They came up with many reasons and excuses in an attempt to absolve themselves and leave. This was because the peerless cultivator who appeared in the sky had actually used a great technique to hide the entire void. With such a motive, it was obvious that this peerless cultivator also coveted the source of the great path here. This immediately caused all the experts trapped here to feel uneasy in their hearts, as if a great calamity was about to befall them. Even though everyone here coveted the origin of ways very much and knew that as long as they absorbed enough origin of ways, their future path of cultivation would become extremely smooth. Reaching Grand Prime would only be a matter of time. However, in the face of such a terrifying expert, they could not summon the slightest bit of greed in their hearts. There was only boundless coldness. The woman in white high up in the sky did not speak. Her face was expressionless, and her gaze was cold. The power of the great path around her seemed to be able to crush the heavens and annihilate thousands of stars. She was extremely powerful. At that moment, she clenched her hand in the air. Immediately, an illusionary brush appeared. It was not an actual brush. Instead, it had been condensed from her boundless energy. She held the brush and gently swung it at the primordial realm experts below. With that stroke, the mysterious laws of the world seemed to be activated. Ripples appeared in space, and when the ripples reached the primordial realm experts below, both infinite primes and chaotic primes vanished into thin air. Or perhaps it could be said that they were directly evaporated, completely erased. Nothing was left behind. It was as if at this very moment, the entire void, the entire world, all the scenery, and even all the cultivators, whether strong or weak, had become scenery on a picture scroll. And this brush seemed to have some sort of erasing function, able to erase all the scenery and existence on this scroll. This erasure was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. It represented a complete disappearance, which was equivalent to the destruction of one's body and soul. At that moment, the noisy surroundings fell silent. All the primordial realm experts and the godhood cultivators that had been brought over by the elders vanished. Only 4 people were exceptions. They were the 4 Ada brothers who had first discovered this place. However, at this moment the 4 brothers paled as well. They stared at the primordial realm experts who had vanished in a single moment, and they seemed like they had seen a ghost. Senior, we definitely won't dare to absorb even the slightest bit of the origin of the Grand Tao. We hope that Senior will let us 4 brothers leave. The 4 brothers cupped their fists at the woman in the sky. Although they did not know why the 4 of them had not disappeared, they did not dare to have any thoughts about the source of the Great Path. The woman in the sky slowly descended. She arrived before the 4 brothers and looked at them fearfully. There was an indescribable strangeness in her eyes, as well as some mixed feelings. In the end, she sighed gently and said, "Stay behind. The origin of the Grand Tao is extremely rare in the 6 worlds, so do your best to absorb as much of it as possible." The 4 brothers looked at each other when they heard that. They had personally witnessed the terror of the woman before them. So many infinite primes and chaotic primes had vanished from her hands so easily. However, at that moment, such a terrifying expert was treating them with such a gentle attitude. The 4 Ada brothers were filled with confusion. "Senior, why are you helping us 4 brothers?" Ada asked. The woman in white slowly made her way towards the outlet of the origin of the Grand Tao. She said without even looking back, "Because we come from the same place." Her gentle voice was filled with melancholy. Afterwards, the woman in white said no more. She was enveloped by the origin of the Grand Tao, absorbing it as quickly as she could. The 4 brothers became even more confused by the woman in white's answer. They wanted to ask more questions, but when they saw how the woman had already begun cultivating, they could only shut their mouths obediently and begin absorbing the origin of the Grand Tao. As they absorbed the origin of the Grand Tao steadily, the burial region outside was bustling. More and more experts poured into the burial region from all directions, searching through every inch of the place in search of the rumored origin of the Grand Tao. However, none of them had thought that the entire piece of land where the origin of the Grand Tao had appeared had already been hidden in a spatial crack by the woman in white. Primordial realm experts would pass by the spatial crack from time to time, but none of them discovered anything strange. Within the Thor clan, hidden within the Annihilation Lightning Domain in an unknown region of space in the Saints' world, a majestic divine hall stood there silently like an ancient beast. At the entrance of the divine hall, 2 white-haired old men sat there like stone statues. They did not give off any presence at all, making them seem like ordinary people. At this moment, the 2 old men opened their eyes at the same time. One of them said, "We've just received news that the origin of the Grand Tao has appeared in the burial region of the spirit's world. This great Tao origin source is of enormous help to a saint monarch. We have to seize it no matter what, even if we have to pay a great price." Another old man spoke as well. Although his voice was old, it carried an unquestionable charm. The 2 old men possessed extremely great statuses in the Thor clan. They were revered by many people, and all the members of the Thor clan referred to them as elders. The 2 of them did not have names in the Thor clan, or perhaps no one knew their names. They were only known as elders of the left and right. It's just that the passageway to the spirit's world is personally guarded by the sacred Lord of Suppressing Origin. Because of what happened in the past, the sacred Lord of Suppressing Origin definitely holds grudges against our Thor clan. He probably won't let us go to the ruins of the spirit's world so easily this time, said the elder of the left with a frown. Chapter 3006. The old man of the left closed his eyes and thought, "Yep. If it's just our Thor clan, the sacred Lord of Jinyuan might not necessarily give us face. However, if the Ziwei clan and the Dao clan are included, our chances will be much greater. Don't worry. I'll send someone to inform the Ziwei clan and the Dao clan. Right? Old Su nodded. Immediately, a powerful divine sense enveloped the entire Thor clan. He transmitted a message with his primordial spirit. Lei Yun, Lei Huaji, come and see me now. Lei Yun and Lei Huaji were both Grand Primes of the Thor clan. They were 5th and 4th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes respectively. Almost as soon as Elder Yu finished speaking, Lei Yun and Lei Huaji appeared in an instant. Both of them had respectful expressions as they cupped their fists and saluted. Greetings, elders. Lei Yun, Lei Huaji, you two go out with old man immediately. The right-hand old man said in a firm tone. Right, Old Su, are you planning to leave the Lightning God clan? Hearing this, Lei Yun and Lei Huaji revealed astonished expressions. Because in their memories, these two elders almost never left the mountain. However, without exception, once the elders left their seclusion, it meant that something shocking had happened in the saints' world. A grand Tao quintessence has appeared in the sacred immortal realm. This grand Tao quintessence is extremely important to our Thor clan. We have to bring it back, even if we have to pay an enormous price. In the next moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning and left the Thor clan. However, Elder Yu's words shook the hearts of Lei Yun and Lei Huaji. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. The source of the great Tao was very precious, but they were still an ancient family. The depth of their heritage could only be described as terrifying. In the Thor family, what kind of treasures did they not have? The Thor clan did not lack any of the extremely rare natural treasures and supreme-grade divine materials in the saints' world. Since when did such a huge force with such a deep and rich foundation have such an urgent need for the origin of the great Tao? The passageway leading to the sacred immortals world was clearly busier than usual. The number of spatial battleships parked nearby had increased by several times, or even over 10 times as much as usual. The experts here were no longer limited to chaotic primes. Many grand primes had personally come as well. These people were all the ancestors of peak organizations in the saints' world. They were all figures who could do whatever they wanted on their respective planes. However, due to their status, these grand primes naturally did not need to line up when they entered the passageway. Instead, they all arrived where the Sacred Lord of Suppressing Energy cultivated. After greeting the Sacred Lord of Suppressing Energy and obtaining his permission, they directly charged into the passageway. However, at this moment, a bolt of lightning shot over from the depths of the Sea of Stars with astonishing speed. It was just too fast, crossing countless kilometers in a single instant. In just 1,000th of a second, the bolt of lightning directly blocked the entrance of the passageway. The lightning disappeared, revealing the aged face of the Right Elder of the Thunder God family. At that moment, the Right Elder still did not emit the slightest bit of aura. He looked just like an ordinary person. However, when his aged body stood at the entrance of the two-world passageway, he gave off a feeling of being able to support both heaven and earth. Moreover, ever since he arrived, an invisible power permeated the surroundings. In the end, the invisible power formed a seal that blocked the entrance of the passageway. Not only did it stop all the spaceships from entering, but it even stopped a few Grand Primes from entering as well. The expressions of the Grand Primes who were about to enter the passageway changed. A smear of shock appeared in their eyes because they could sense an unstoppable might from the power that sealed the passageway. It also possessed the power of laws that filled them with dread. The Grand Primes all looked at the Right Elder as they became extremely stern. They did not recognize the Right Elder, but they understood his strength extremely well. As a result, none of them said anything in surprise. However, some of the people in the spatial battleship behind did not have such insight. When they saw that the entrance to the passageway between the two worlds had been blocked, they all began to shout loudly. There was no lack of arrogant youngsters who introduced themselves. Everyone, the origin of ways that has appeared in the spirit's world is extremely important to our Thor clan. Our Thor clan must obtain this origin of ways, so I hope you can give our Thor clan some face and give this origin of ways to our Thor clan. The right elder stood at the entrance of the passageway and clasped his fist at everyone. His voice was extremely flat, as if he was negotiating, but his voice was filled with an unquestionable command. What? The Thor clan? One of the legendary 8 Archean clans? The expressions of many experts from large organizations changed when they heard the Thor clan. As for the Grand Primes who were about to enter the spirit's world personally, they retreated far away as soon as possible. As Grand Primes, they deeply understood just how terrifying Archean clans were. They were not pillars that they could provoke. If Grand Exalts represent the sky of this world, then Archean clans are the backbones that hold up this world. Since the Thor clan must obtain the origin of ways, I won't compete for it. Immediately, a Grand Prime sighed before leaving without looking back. Suddenly, a terrifying presence erupted like a flood. With the appearance of the presence, the galaxies immediately paled in comparison. Countless stars seemed to tremble in fear. The sacred lord of suppressing Yuan appeared silently. He was bare-chested and only wore a pair of shorts, revealing large chunks of muscle. He currently hovered before the right elder coldly with his arms crossed. He said emotionlessly, "You've crossed the line. Leave immediately or don't blame me for being rude." The right elder's expression became mixed as he looked at the cold sacred lord of suppressing Yuan. He clasped his fist and said, "Please forgive me, sacred lord of suppressing Yuan. The origin of ways is extremely important to our Thor clan. Our Thor clan must obtain it. I don't care whether your Thor clan needs the origin of ways or not. Since you don't want to leave, don't blame me." The sacred lord of suppressing Yuan struck out. He clenched his hand into a fist, and immediately, terrifying vital energy erupted from his body. He directly threw a punch at the right elder. The punch contained an extremely powerful law of power. It was as if it could shatter thousands of worlds. As soon as the punch was launched, the space collapsed, turning into darkness. The sacred lord of suppressing Yuan and the right elder both vanished. They had been swallowed by the darkness. However, in reality, the two of them remained where they were. It was just that they were no longer in the saint's world. Instead, they were in a spatial crack. The laws here were incomplete, and the 5 elements were chaotic. Chaotic streams of space and temporal vortices filled the place. Sigh. The right elder sighed gently. He was filled with helplessness. In the next moment, he turned into a huge bolt of lightning, as if he represented the highest judgment in the world. He collided with the sacred lord of suppressing Yuan with devastating might. Boom! Amidst the deafening noise, a huge explosion occurred in the void. The terrifying energy shockwaves erupted in the chaotic space, causing all the energy turbulence and time vortexes to shatter under the terrifying energy storm. After the strike, the sacred lord of suppressing Yuan remained unmoving. He stood where he was as his presence continued to climb, becoming more and more terrifying. The right elder returned to his human form from the lightning. He retreated several hundred meters in the air. His clothes were disheveled, and he seemed to be in a rather horrible shape. The sacred lord of suppressing Yuan really is a supreme figure who can kill experts of the 9th heavenly layer after all. "I'm not as good as you." The right elder sighed gently. He could not help but think of what had happened in the past, and his emotions immediately became mixed. The sacred lord of suppressing Yuan remained emotionless. He stared at the right elder coldly and said, "If it were anywhere else, I wouldn't care about your Thor clan. However, this is the passageway between the 2 worlds, my territory. As long as I'm here, I won't let any of you mess around." Chapter 3007. The sacred lord of suppressing Yuan said firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. His presence continued to build up, rapidly rising. His terrifying vital energy was enough to obliterate the world and pierce through the stars. It could be predicted that the next time he made a move, it would definitely be as fierce as a thunderbolt. The Right Elder grumbled inside when he sensed the Sacred Lord of Suppressing Yuan's rapidly rising presence. For a moment, he was at a loss. If he fought, he was not his opponent. If he retreated, he would not be allowed to make any concessions. Now, he could only place his hopes on the other two Archean clans. However, just when the Sacred Lord of Suppressing Yuan's presence had reached its peak, he was about to lose his patience. Just as he had lost his patience and was about to continue attacking, two extremely powerful waves of primordial spirit power broke through the space and descended upon this place. The Sacred Lord of Suppressing Energy frowned, but he snorted coldly soon afterwards. The power of an extremely powerful soul expanded, directly ripping open the space there and appearing in the Saint's world. It split into two, extending to the depths of the vast region of space in the Saint's world, heading to an unknown place. The three powerful souls intertwined and collided. They did not erupt into a great battle. Instead, they communicated like this. In the end, the three powerful souls all retreated. The Sacred Lord of Suppressing Yuan seemed to have reached some sort of agreement with the owners of the other two souls, no longer stopping the Thor clan. His presence slowly dispersed, and he said emotionlessly, "Since the Dao clan and the Ziwei clan are speaking up for you, I'll take a step back. I can allow your Thor clan to enter the spirit's world, but you must stay behind." The Right Elder let out a sigh of relief. He clasped his fist and smiled. "Then I'll do as you say, Sacred Lord of Suppressing Yuan. I'll remain here and send the other experts of the clan to the spirit's world." The two sides stopped fighting just like that. The Sacred Lord of Suppressing Yuan and the Right Elder returned to the entrance to the spirit's world at the same time. As soon as they returned, the Sacred Lord of Suppressing Yuan vanished, no longer interfering with the entrance. He did not even bother with the seal cast down by the Right Elder. Right Old Su sat cross-legged in the air. At this moment, his aged body seemed to contain a majestic power that could suppress the heavens. Just by sitting there, the space around him seemed to have completely collapsed. There was a violent thunder law wreaking havoc in the space, preventing anyone from approaching this place. Afterwards, he waved his hand, and Lei Huaji and Lei Huaji appeared out of nowhere. Aside from the two of them, there were several dozen experts from the Thor clan behind them. They were all infinite primes or chaotic primes. "I'll stand guard here to prevent anyone from taking the great Tao origin source out of the sacred immortal world. I'll leave it to you to search for it in the sacred immortal world," the right-hand elder said to the others. Immediately after, Lei Yun and Lei Huaji personally led the experts of the Thor family into the passageway between the two worlds. They were the last group of experts to enter the Spirit Sage's world from the Saint's world. After them, not a single spatial battleship or cultivator managed to set foot in the Spirit Sage's world. The cultivators and spaceships returning from the sacred immortal world were completely unaffected. However, without any exception, the right-hand elder used the powerful senses of his soul to inspect all the people who returned. With this old man personally overseeing this place, there won't be any accidents when our Thunder God clan obtains the origin of the Grand Tao, because no one can escape this old man's detection. Even if they have absorbed the origin of the Grand Tao, there will still be a trace of the origin of the Grand Tao remaining in their Yuan spirit. Moreover, this presence won't disperse immediately. As long as we refine their souls, we'll be able to refine some of it. This concerns the life and death of a Saint Lord, as well as the fate of the entire Thor clan. For this, even if I have to slaughter all living beings, I won't hesitate. Search the entire burial region. Immediately report to the higher-ups as soon as you discover anything. Lei Yun and Lei Huaji gave orders to the primordial realm experts behind them outside the burial region of the Spirit Sage's world. Afterwards, they dispersed to various places in the burial region. The two grand primes, Lei Huaji and Lei Yun, began to search personally as well. You have to be careful this time. Lei Ruhua of the Heavenly Thunder clan died here recently, and he even lost the heaven-slaving Thunder Soul banner the Saint Lord bestowed upon him. If there's any danger, immediately send a message. The right-hand elder will stand guard over there. Lei Yun warned Lei Huaji carefully before they parted ways. Lei Huaji nodded solemnly. Then, he turned around and left. The many primordial realm experts of the Thor clan moved through the various regions in the burial region. They searched the entire place thoroughly. It's extremely likely that someone has hidden the place where the origin of ways appears, so we can't miss out on even the tiniest details. A great elder of the Thor clan carefully passed through an area filled with spatial cracks. He constantly observed with the senses of his soul, searching extremely carefully. However, he was completely unaware that among these void cracks of different sizes that he passed through, there was an inconspicuous crack that hid a fragment of a broken continent. In this fragment of the continent, the origin of the great Tao that they had painstakingly searched for was continuously gushing out. Then, it was completely absorbed by the 5 figures without leaving a single trace behind. Among them, the woman in white had absorbed the most origin of ways. 80% of the origin of ways that surged out was absorbed by her, while the remaining 20% went to the 4 brothers. The woman in white was the eldest princess of the heavenly palace of Great Light, Fong Jing, who had killed a grand prime of the Heavenly Thunder clan and stolen the heaven-slaving Thunder Soul banner. The absorbed origin of ways was all used by Fong Jing to strengthen the power of her soul. As she absorbed more and more origin of ways, her soul expanded at a visible rate as well. She no longer needed to use the origin of ways to comprehend the ways of the world, because her memories had already awakened. Everything she had learnt, comprehended, and experienced in the past had returned. Comprehending the ways of the world was unnecessary for her. Her only objective right now was to recover her soul. The more powerful her soul was, the more power of laws she could use. At the same time, it would last longer. A member of the Thor clan? As expected, the news of the origin of ways has drawn them over because it's the only thing that can heal the Lightning Saint's wounds. At this moment, Fong Jing slowly opened her eyes as she absorbed the origin of ways. She glanced at the sky as if she could see through the various obstructions, directly peering into the burial region. The Heavenly Thunder clan lost a grand prime recently. They should have received the news long ago, so they must have sent a peak expert this time, Fong Jing thought as caution filled her eyes. Afterwards, she looked at the 4 brothers and said softly, "They're too weak. They absorb too slowly." After a moment of thought, Fong Jing formed a seal. Immediately, dense origin of ways condensed in her hand, gradually condensing into 4 walnut-sized balls. With a flick of her finger, the 4 balls entered the bodies of the 4 brothers. Before long, the origin of ways finally ran out and stopped gushing out. The 4 of them all roused as well. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior." The 4 brothers bowed towards Fong Jing together. Fong Jing's gaze became strange as she looked at the 4 bowing brothers. She said, "There's no need to call me Senior. I'm not worthy of that title. My name is Fong Jing. You can call me by my name, or you can call me the eldest princess." Yes, eldest princess. The 4 brothers could not directly refer to her by her name. After thinking about it, they decided that calling her the eldest princess was more appropriate. However, the 4 of them were filled with doubt because they could feel that this terrifyingly powerful woman before them was treating them a little too well. Moreover, some of the things she said seemed to be beyond the clouds. "Eldest princess, there's something that we don't understand. You said that we came from the same place before. Does the eldest princess also come from the Tian Yuan continent?" Fong Jing shook her head. She looked at the 4 brothers strangely and said, "It looks like you still don't understand your origins. More accurately, the 4 of you should come from the Immortals' world, and your lives were bestowed upon you by the greatest expert of the Immortals' world, the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. Actually, you shouldn't be called a Da, a Air, a San, and a Si. If you must have a name, you should be called Mortal, Rebirth, Immortal Slaughter, and Godslayer. The four brothers were even more confused. Fang Jing's words completely baffled the four of them. They had no idea what she was talking about. Fang Jing said slowly, the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt was publicly acknowledged as the greatest expert of the Immortals world. He had 4 swords, and they were called the Mortal Sword, Rebirth Sword, Immortal Slaughter Sword, and Godslayer Sword. Every single one of the 4 swords possess overwhelming might, and the 4 of you are actually the sword chi left behind by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt from the 4 sword. The Nirvanic Immortal Exalt was the sovereign of the way of the sword. Every single strand of his sword chi possessed a soul, and every single strand of sword chi possessed their own life. The 4 of you should be the most powerful of them all. Chapter 3008. Fang Jing was very sure of the 4 brothers' backgrounds. She looked at the 4 brothers as if she was admiring an extremely rare treasure. However, the 4 brothers were unable to accept this reality. Their eyes widened at the same time as disbelief filled their faces. Eldest Princess, are you saying that the 4 of us were just a strand of sword chi from a supreme figure in the past? No, that's impossible. The 4 of us were born with mortal bodies, but we all have parents. How can we be a strand of sword chi? You'll understand whether it's true or not one day. However, from today onwards, the 4 of you can't return to the Saints' world. There are many experts in the Saints' world, and as your strength rapidly increases, you'll come into contact with greater and greater levels. The people you meet will become more and more powerful as well. Once you appear before some supreme experts, it'll be troublesome. Every single one of these supreme experts possess extraordinary abilities. They can see through you with a single glance. However, you're related to the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, so they definitely won't spare you. Fang Jing said sincerely. She warned them seriously. Clearly, she did not want to become entangled in the matter of the 4 brothers' identities. Perhaps she did not care whether the 4 brothers believed her or not. The reason why she told them this was because they were in the same world as her. It was also because of her respect for the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. Eldest Princess, if that's the case, won't the 4 of us have to stay here forever? Frowned. You'll only be staying here temporarily. Once my cultivation recovers and I summon the world brush back from outer space, I'll be able to take you back to the Immortals world, said Fang Jing. Outer space? What's that? The 4 brothers were both confused and curious. They had heard a lot of high-level information that they had never come across before from the eldest princess. Perhaps because of their origins, Fang Jing treated the 4 of them extremely amicably. She basically told them everything she knew. She explained patiently, outer space is a region of space beyond the major world. At the same time, it's a part of the chaotic space. Only sovereigns of the world, who have grasped the complete laws of the world or treasures of the corresponding level, can set foot there. Because of that, this princess can only bring all of you out of this place and return to the immortal world after I recall the heavenly writing brush. The 4 brothers hesitated. They thought of Jianshan at the same time, and they did not forget that there was a place called the Cloud Plain in the Saints' world where Jianshan's Tianyuan family could be found. The 4 of them did not have any friends in the Saints' world, but they had quite a few acquaintances from the Tianyuan continent. They had all gathered in the Tianyuan family. Originally, the 4 of them had planned to settle down with the Tianyuan family on the Cloud Plain after leaving the sacred immortal realm. After all, there were many acquaintances from the same world there. It was the only place the 4 of them could think of to go to. However, they were now told that not only could they not leave the sacred celestial world, but they would also have to follow an unfamiliar expert to an unfamiliar world. This naturally made the 4 brothers feel conflicted. Perhaps because she could tell what the 4 brothers were thinking, Fang Jing continued, if you stay in the Saints' world, only death will await you in the end. The Immortals' world is the only place you can go, and it's also where the four of you belong. The four swords of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt have always remained in the Immortals' world. The four swords have turned into four mountains, forming a terrifying sword formation. No one in the Immortals' world can take them away. Since the four of you are condensed from the sword chi of the four swords, you'll definitely have a fortuitous encounter if you go. Then can the four of us control the four swords? San stared at Fong Jing excitedly. Fong Jing laughed involuntarily. She looked at San with undisguised contempt and said, "Just the four of you? And you want to control the four swords of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt? You probably still don't understand the relationship between you and the four sword. Listen carefully. The four of you are only condensed from a single strand of sword chi. The sword chi can be said to have been left behind by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, or it can be said to have been left behind by the four sword. As a result, relatively speaking, the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt and the four swords can be regarded as your masters. Whether it's before the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt or the four swords, the four of you can only be regarded as servants." Fong Jing paused. She seemed to feel that using them as servants was rather inappropriate, so she corrected him, or sword slaves would be more appropriate. "If that's the case, what's the point of us going back? Becoming slaves?" San was greatly disappointed. "That's because the sword spirits of the four swords are still present. The four swords are at their peak condition. If you go to the Immortals' world, you'll naturally receive the protection of the four swords. Do you know how many immortals in the Immortals' world would rather become slaves than have the opportunity to climb up such a great tree?" Fong Jing laughed. "Eldest princess, have you seen the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt before?" Ada asked. Fong Jing shook her head. "The Nirvanic Immortal Exalt has been dead for far too long. I hadn't even been born back then. Although I haven't seen the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt before, I do know many legends and stories about him." Just when she reached there, Fong Jing's eyes narrowed. She immediately called out, "An expert is coming." Silence. The expressions of the four brothers changed, and they immediately stopped talking. However, Fong Jing sat down with her eyes closed. She carefully circulated the power of laws and hid the place as best as she could. Outside the spatial fissure, Lei Yun was passing by unhurriedly. He spread out his powerful divine sense and carefully searched every inch of the void. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lei Yun's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. He did not discover the broken continent hidden in the spatial crack. However, Fong Jing was unable to cheer up. She became stern and murmured to herself, "This place will be discovered sooner or later. It looks like I can't stay here for long." Fong Jing looked at the nearby Grand Exalt's ruins. With a flash, she entered the ruins. The four brothers did not enter. Naturally, they knew that there were fortuitous encounters hidden there. However, they were not oblivious. Naturally, they would not compete with Fong Jing. Fong Jing did not remain in there for long. She emerged from the ruins very soon and shook her head with a sigh. This place was clearly left behind before the spirit's world shattered. It's been far, far too long, and many of the things here have already been destroyed by time. Although there are enduring legacies, they can only be obtained by people who are fated to obtain them. It's impossible to take a Grand Exalt's legacy by force. We're going out, but the burial region is very dangerous right now. There are many experts searching for the origin of ways. The four of you haven't completely refined the origin of ways you've absorbed, so some of its presence will remain on you. It'll be very difficult to fool those experts at higher cultivation, so you have to be careful once you leave, Fong Jing warned sternly. The four of us are willing to follow Senior. The four brothers immediately replied. They knew their limits. They knew that there were many primordial realm experts outside. It would be very difficult for them to protect themselves with their mere divine king realm cultivation. After all, things were different now. Once the news of them possessing the origin of ways leaked out, they would immediately become the targets of many primordial realm experts. At that time, they would not be facing a single infinite prime. Instead, they would be facing a large group of infinite primes and chaotic primes. Fang Jing shook her head. There will definitely be supreme experts present this time. I haven't recovered yet, so I don't have the confidence to retreat unscathed against experts of that level. As a result, I can't protect you for now. If you continue to follow me, you'll be dragged into it. Chapter 3009. Fang Jing and the four brothers silently emerged from a spatial crack somewhere in the burial region of the Spiritsage's world. The ruins will appear soon, so go. Leave this place and find a hidden place to hide. However, don't leave the burial region. Although the burial region is dangerous, the special environment will cause many disturbances and influence to primordial realm experts. It'll instead be safer for you to stay here. With that final warning, Fang Jing parted ways with the four brothers, going their separate ways. Fang Jing flew through the burial region at high speed by herself. She concealed all of her presence, so she was completely silent. Even Grand Primes would struggle to discover her. After a while, Fang Jing had already left the Grand Exalt's ruins. In the end, she stopped on a fragment of a star that hovered in outer space. With their puny strength, it'll probably be very difficult for them to hide from the search of so many primordial realm experts. It looks like I'll have to divert their attention for them. Fang Jing sighed gently. In the next moment, she underwent an overwhelming change. Not only did her presence change, but her figure also changed. Even her appearance had become a completely different person. In an instant, she changed from a peerless, heroic, and beautiful woman to a white-haired, hunchbacked old woman. Moreover, her cultivation pulsed before stabilizing at the level of a first heavenly layer Grand Prime in the end. Next, Fang Jing quickly set up a great formation on the broken star. She hid in the formation, and soon, strands of the origin of the Great Path began to spread out from the formation. The ancestor of the Thor clan, Lei Yun, was searching carefully in a certain region of the burial region. Suddenly, his body shuddered, and he immediately ravished with joy. The presence of the origin of ways. This is the presence of the origin of ways. Ha ha ha, I've finally found it. Before he had even finished talking, Lei Yun suddenly vanished, shooting off into the distance as a bolt of lightning. In just a few seconds, Lei Yun appeared outside Fang Jing's formation. He stared at the origin of ways that seeped out from the formation, and he could not help but sneer. You're dreaming if you want to use this formation to hide yourself and refine the origin of ways without anyone noticing. The origin of ways is something as wondrous as it can't be hidden by a regular formation. Lei Yun extended his right hand and directly reached towards the formation below. The claw seemed to contain boundless power, causing the surrounding space to collapse. As for the formation below, it exploded with a boom. Endless lightning flickered inside, and lightning danced wildly, destroying everything. In the next moment, a figure charged out of the space filled with lightning in an extremely horrible shape. She gave off the presence of a first heavenly layer Grand Prime. She was Fang Jing in disguise. However, at this moment, Fang Jing's presence was in a mess. She was extremely pale, and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. Lei Yun could tell the old woman's strength with a single glance. As a fifth heavenly layer Grand Prime, he naturally would not take a first heavenly layer Grand Prime seriously. He said coldly, "Someone really has gotten to the origin of ways first. Seeing how difficult it has been for you to cultivate, old man really doesn't want to harm you. Hand over the origin of ways. Our Thunder God clan is determined to obtain this great Tao origin source." The Thor clan? You're a part of one of the Archean clans, the Thor clan? Fang Jing was surprised. That's right. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that the mighty Thor clan of the Archean clans would actually be so shameless as to steal a fortuitous encounter that I obtained after so much difficulty. Your Thor clan wants the origin of ways, but I need it even more. So what if you're an Archean clan? You're dreaming if you want to steal my fortuitous encounter. I won't give it to you. Lei Yun was emotionless, but his gaze became even colder. If that's the case, old man can only come and take it himself. As expected, Lei Yun struck out. Immediately, the laws of lightning descended, turning into a sword of judgment that clashed with the old woman. The difference between the first heavenly layer and the fifth heavenly layer could be described as a chasm. As a result, Fang Jing became heavily injured as soon as they clashed. She was unable to fight back at all. Ha 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 ha, you want to snatch the fortune that belongs to this old woman? Not even your Thunder God family can do that. The Great Tao origin is already in this old woman's hands. If you want the Great Tao origin, it'll depend on whether or not your Thunder God family can find this old woman. Ha 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 ha. Fang Jing, disguised as an old woman, began to laugh hoarsely. In the end, she unleashed a secret magic that burned her blood essence, and then vanished without a trace. She had fled. Lei Yun's expression immediately changed. In the next moment, the powerful senses of his soul flooded out. At the same time, he formed seals with his hands as the light of divination flickered through his eyes. He was using various methods to search for the old woman. A while later, Lei Yun gave up on searching with a darkened face. He said resentfully, "What a great escape technique! What powerful concealment technique! Even old man can't find any traces of her." What happened? A bolt of lightning shot over from afar. Lei Huaji arrived beside Lei Yun. Lei Yun's expression was very ugly. He said sternly, "I've already found the origin of ways. It's all been taken away by an old woman." "What's her strength?" Lei Huaji's expression changed slightly when he heard that. Someone had gotten to it first in the end. "She's a first heavenly layer Grand Prime. Her strength isn't anything special, but she's extremely skilled at fleeing. She just escaped from old man, all right? Although we didn't directly obtain the origin of ways, we have a target at the very least. We've narrowed down the range of our search. It's much better than searching around aimlessly. We just need to focus on searching for Grand Primes next," said Lei Huaji. "Yeah, that makes sense. Fortunately, Old Su is personally watching over the other end, so we don't have to worry about her escaping. No matter where she hides, she'll always be in this world." Lei Yunxin secretly rejoiced. Lei Huaji sneered when he heard that. He said, "Now that you mention this, I do hope she can leave this world sooner. The spirit's world is just too damaged. I really don't want to stay here any longer." Boom. At this moment, a great rumble rang out from afar. Powerful pulses of energy basically filled the entire burial region. Somewhere in the graveyard, an inconspicuous spatial crack suddenly burst open. As the spatial crack burst open, a fragment of a continent that had been hidden deep inside suddenly appeared in this void. The change there immediately attracted the attention of many experts in the burial region. Very soon, primordial realm experts set foot on the damaged continent one by one. The ruins of a Grand Exalt. These are the ruins left behind by a Grand Exalt. There must be a Grand Exalt's legacy here. This is a fortuitous encounter that can allow people to rise up in a single step. The appearance of a Grand Exalt's legacy was a great temptation to any expert. In particular, to the various experts who were searching for fortuitous encounters in the ruins of the sacred immortals world, no one could resist such a great temptation. Some people tried to seal off the news as soon as possible in an attempt to monopolize the Grand Exalt's legacy. However, when the damaged continent leapt out of the spatial crack, the great disturbance had already alarmed the entire burial region. It was impossible to seal off the news. Chapter 30:10. At this moment, Fang Jing hovered in the space of a certain region of the tomb as she stared in the direction of the Grand Exalt's ruins. She murmured, "The Thor clan has already locked onto the Grand Primes with the origin of ways. They won't search the entire tomb and suspect anyone. As for the infinite primes and chaotic primes, they've all been drawn over by the ruins. The four of you should be much safer now. My hands and feet are tied in the saint's world. My top priority right now is to recover my strength as soon as possible and summon the heavenly brush back from outer space. As long as I have the heavenly writing brush, I can go anywhere in the 6 realms. Jianchen, who sat in a divine hall on a nameless planet hidden by layers of formations in the vast outer space of the saint's world and consumed god-tier pills to recover his essence blood, suddenly opened his eyes slowly. Jianchen had consumed 5 blood coagulation divine pills not long ago. At this moment, the medicinal efficacy had been completely refined. In total, he had replenished 10 drops of chaos blood essence for Jianchen. The divine blood coagulation pills that Senior Feng gave me have all been used up. Jianchen checked his space ring and sighed to himself. The blood coagulation divine pill was a kind of mid-level divine pill. At the same time, it was also the type with the most quantity in the batch of divine pills that Master Feng had given him. There were a total of 12 bottles, which meant that there were a total of 120 pills. Currently, the 200 over drops of chaos blood essence that were transformed from the 120 divine blood coagulation pills had been offered to Wind Venerable One. However, after offering over 200 drops of chaos essence blood, Jianchen felt that it was still far from enough to satisfy Wind Sage's needs. However, Jianchen's 200 drops of chaotic essence blood were not in vain. Jianchen did not know how Feng Zunjia dealt with his chaotic essence blood. Did he directly absorb the chaotic aura in the essence blood, or did he use it for other purposes? However, he could clearly sense that Feng Zunjia was awake for longer and longer each time. Not only that, but every time he lost his mind and fell into an abnormal state of madness, the duration was also gradually shortening. Of course, there was still a long way to go before he could fully recover. More and more pill toxins are accumulating in my body. I'll have to refine them again. Otherwise, not only would it affect the body, but it would also cause the body to develop a resistance to the medicinal effects, causing the medicinal effects of the pill to weaken. Alas, the higher the grade of the divine pill, the stronger the pill poison. I'm afraid that since ancient times, not many people have dared to take divine pills as frequently and fiercely as I do. Jianchen silently inspected his own body. If it was an expert with a different physique, removing the pill poison from his body would definitely be a time-consuming and laborious task. However, purging the poison was nothing to someone with the chaotic body. As he circulated his chaotic force, the brutal and destructive presence wreaked havoc in his body. The poison that had accumulated in his body all vanished, having been completely purged. It only took 3 days to clean up the pill toxins once. After 3 days, the pill toxins in Jianchen's body had been completely cleaned out. After all, there were very few energies in the world that could be compared to the impure chaotic force in Jianchen's body. They did not possess the destructive power of chaotic force either. As a result, there was obviously no one among the experts in the world who could purge the pill toxins so easily like Jianchen. Among the divine pellets that Senior Feng gave me, only the blood coagulation divine pellet, divine blood immortal pellet, and heaven-seizing regeneration pellet are capable of recovering chaos blood essence. The divine blood immortal pellet and heaven-seizing regeneration pellet are both high-grade divine pellet. I wonder how many drops of chaos blood essence each of these 2 divine pellets can help me recover. With a flip of his hand, Jianchen suddenly took out 2 jade bottles. He poured out a pill from each bottle and swallowed the divine blood everlasting pill eagerly. After all, there was a qualitative difference between high-grade pills and medium-grade pills in terms of efficacy. Since a medium-grade pill could help him recover 2 droplets of chaotic essence blood, how much could a high-grade pill help him recover? Jianchen's heart was filled with anticipation. Very soon, the divine blood everlasting pill was completely refined. However, Jianchen was greatly disappointed. The high-grade pill only allowed him to recover 4 droplets of chaotic essence blood. This was worlds apart from his expectations. Next, Jianshan consumed a heaven-seizing regeneration pill and finally condensed 5 droplets of chaotic essence blood. A divine blood everlasting pill can recover 4 droplets of chaotic essence blood, and a heaven-seizing regeneration pill can recover 5 droplets of chaotic essence blood. Jianshan was rather worried. These 2 pills were both high-grade pills, and there were not as many of them as the divine blood condensing pill. Based on the amount of chaotic essence blood that the high-grade pills could recover, it was probably far from enough. The divine blood everlasting pill and the heaven-seizing regeneration pill's ability to recover essence blood is just a side effect. These 2 pills are more inclined towards healing, so they're quite useful for the recovery of the physical body. That's why the effect of recovering chaotic essence blood is far from what I expected. Whatever, let's not worry about it for now. I'll think about it after I've used them. Jianshan took out a jade bottle and took out 40 droplets of chaotic essence blood in one go. He immediately paled and became haggard. However, he did not care about that. Instead, he looked at the jade bottle in his hand. After this accumulation, there's 100 droplets of chaotic essence blood in the bottle. I'll give it to Senior Feng first. In the next moment, Jianshan appeared outside the divine hall. At this moment, Senior Feng just happened to be clear-headed as well. He was giving guidance to Shun Jian and Siyu nearby, explaining various problems to them. Jianshan, you've come out? Sai, look at you. You've become so weak again. How many times have I told you to take it slow? Don't be in a hurry. You can't let anything happen to your body, or how can old man be at ease? As soon as Jianshan emerged, Feng Zun immediately abandoned Shen Jian and Siyu. He appeared before Jianshan in a flash and blamed him guiltily. At the same time, he was extremely concerned about Jianshan's condition. Senior Feng, there's no need for you to worry about me. With the help of Senior Feng's pill, I'll recover extremely quickly. Here, this is the chaotic essence blood that I've accumulated over the past few days, Jianshan said indifferently before passing the jade bottle with 100 droplets of chaotic essence blood to Jianshan. Senior Feng immediately sensed the amount of essence blood in the jade bottle. He was moved and the guilt on his face grew. He let out a long sigh and said, I really don't know what to say about you. Now you've completely ignored my advice. You've taken chaotic essence blood so frequently. Even with the recovery pill, it's only a temporary solution. Once something happens to your life force, it'll affect you quite a lot in the future. As long as Senior Feng recovers sooner, this little bit of effort is nothing, Jianshan said seriously. He was not being hypocritical. Instead, he truly hoped that Senior Feng could fuse with the god artifacts sooner and become a grand exalt. Now that he was helping Senior Feng without holding back, the success rate of Senior Feng fusing with the god artifact had increased from 30% to 90%. This was not as simple as kindness to Senior Feng. As a result, once Senior Feng became a world sovereign, it would be equivalent to having a grand exalt protecting him. Of course, this was only one of Jianshan's objectives. He had another important reason, which was to leave as soon as possible. You sigh. Senior Feng wanted to say something, but in the end, he only sighed gently and said nothing. Chapter 30:11. Afterwards, Jianshan continued to consume pills to recover his essence blood. Once his essence blood was fully recovered, he would immediately take out a portion of it and store it away. Once he had gathered 100 droplets, he would give them all to Senior Feng. He would often use chaotic force to purify the poison that had accumulated in his body and the resistance he had developed. Under this endless cycle, Jianshan had no idea how long it had taken him to refine the pills. Very soon, he had used up all the divine blood condensing pills, divine blood imperishable pills, and heaven-seizing regeneration pills. This was because the Wind Venerable had given him a batch of pills. There were only 3 types of pills that could recover essence blood. I've eaten all 60 divine blood, imperishable pills, and 35 heaven, seizing regeneration pills. With that, Jianshan truly became troubled. Without the assistance of these pills, he would only be able to recover a single droplet of essence blood in a year. Who knew how much essence blood the Wind Venerable required? If he wanted to recover naturally, just how long would that take? Right now, Jianshan's head was filled with thoughts of how to shorten the time. He had no idea just how great of a fortune the various pills he had consumed in the past few days were in the saint's world. Divine blood condensing pills were nothing special. Mid-tier god pills were relatively easy to obtain in the saint's world because the materials for these pills were relatively easy to obtain. Most importantly, there were still a few alchemists in the saint's world who could refine mid-tier god pills. However, the divine blood imperishable pills and heaven seizing regeneration pills were different. These 2 pills were high-grade god pills. Ignoring the difficulty of collecting the materials, the most difficult part was that there were not a lot of alchemists in the entire saint's world who could refine high-grade god pills. Therefore, the value of a high-grade divine pill was not something a medium-grade divine pill could compare to. Among the many grand primes in the saint's world, obtaining a cauldron of high-grade god pills was extremely difficult. Not only did they need to make an appointment with an alchemist grandmaster, but they also needed to queue up for the refinement. There was even a chance of success during the refinement process. Once the refinement failed, it would be quite a loss. To any Grand Prime, high-grade god pills were a strategic resource. There were not a lot of them, so they would not use them easily. Probably only someone at the level of Feng Zunzhou would have so many Shangpin divine pills on him. Furthermore, these 2 high-grade divine pills were mainly used for healing. Recovering blood essence was only a side effect. In the end, Jianshan used such a precious pill to restore his blood essence. Moreover, a single pill could only save him 4 to 5 years of time. It had to be said that this was a reckless waste of natural resources. If the primordial realm experts outside learnt about this, they would probably all curse him as a wastrel. I can only try the pool of spiritual liquid used to nurture the sacred blood Dao fruit. Looking at the 50 drops of chaos essence blood in the jade bottle, Jianshan thought for a moment, then went to the area where the sacred blood Dao fruit was planted and took a portion of the spiritual liquid. The sacred blood Dao fruit was a sacred item for bloodlines. It was a natural item, so its value went without saying. It had been nurtured in the pool for so many years, so the spiritual liquid in the pool possessed a corresponding attribute to some extent. After drinking the spiritual liquid, Jianshan's eyes immediately lit up. As expected, the spiritual liquid can also help me recover my essence blood. It's just not as effective as the pill. With a plop, Jianshan jumped into the pool of spiritual liquid. His pores opened up and began to absorb the liquid, turning it into droplets of essence blood. However, the pool of liquid dried up very soon. Jianshan had already emptied out all the heavenly resources that could help him recover essence blood. Even the heavenly resources that Siyu and Xin Jian had collected had all been given to Jianshan. Jianshan could no longer find any resources that could help him recover his essence blood now. His essence blood was almost empty. He had lost almost half of it. Enough. It's about time. Fortunately, he finally heard the voice he had been waiting for all this time from the Wind Venerable. The voice was like the sound of nature to Jianshan. It made his pale face finally reveal a smile of victory. Afterwards, he sat down on the ground as if he had run out of energy. Feng Zunzhou was right. Consuming one's own blood essence so frequently, even with the recovery of pills, would still bring a great negative effect to one's body. Now, Jianshan felt his body become weak. The flow of his vital energy was obstructed, and the circulation of his chaotic force had become sluggish as well. This feeling had appeared long ago. Even when all the essence blood in his body had recovered, the feeling of discomfort and weakness would still accompany him. Under this condition, Jianshan's battle prowess was directly affected. The old man is about to undergo a true fusion. During the process of the old man's fusion, the supreme ways of the world will evolve. You'll benefit greatly if you watch from the side, the Wind Venerable said sternly. He looked at Jianshan with mixed feelings. If it were not for Jianshan's assistance, who knew how long he would have remained in this state of insanity? How would he have been able to undergo a true fusion so quickly and increase his chances of success? Senior Feng, once the fusion succeeds, won't you become a sovereign of the world? Shun Jian asked eagerly. He knew that ever since the spirit sages came to the saints' world, they had never produced a grand exalt. If the Wind Venerable became a grand exalt, he would be the first grand exalt of the spirit sages in countless years. Senior Feng nodded. He glanced at the peak heavenly resources planted nearby, and a gleam of light immediately flashed through his eyes. He said, "But before the fusion, there are some things that need to be cleaned up." With that, Senior Feng suddenly appeared before a heavenly resource enveloped by a formation. Immediately, the space around him began to distort violently, and a teleportation formation that had been hidden deep within space suddenly appeared. The teleportation formation was extremely large and complicated. It was of a higher level than some teleportation formations that could cross planes, and it could travel even further. The Wind Venerable glanced at the teleportation formation indifferently, and he saw the extremely high-grade teleportation formation collapse by itself. Those two bastards already knew that old man was hiding here, so they snuck in and cast down these teleportation formations while old man's mind was in a mess. It looks like they already view the heavenly resources planted by old man as theirs. The Wind Venerable's voice had become so cold for the first time. His ancient eyes became extremely sharp as well. These teleportation formations are well hidden. If it weren't for Jianshan's sudden arrival, old man probably wouldn't have discovered what they were up to. But fortunately, these teleportation arrays were all set up by them many years ago. At that time, Shun Jian was still not here. Otherwise, Shun Jian's existence would not have been hidden. Next, Venerable Feng entered one area after another that was enveloped by the formation. He destroyed one teleportation formation after another. In the end, he went to many places on the star. Every time he arrived at a place, a teleportation formation would appear in the void. The Myriad Bone Guild did not just cast down one or two teleportation formations on the planet. Instead, there were over a dozen of them. The Wind Venerable had already grasped the hidden locations of the teleportation formations. In order to alert the enemy before, he had left the teleportation formations untouched. But now, he was about to truly fuse with the God artifact, so he could not be disturbed at all. He was forced to destroy the teleportation formations. Chapter 30:12. Very soon, all the teleportation formations on this star were destroyed. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, Feng Zunjie carefully searched every place a few times. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he finally arrived in front of Jianshan and the other two. However, Jianshan was rather worried. He worriedly said, "Senior Feng, the Myriad Bone Guild was able to infiltrate this place and set up these teleportation formations. This means that the powerful formation around this planet can no longer stop them. Senior, if you only destroy the teleportation formations, you'll only temporarily stop them from using the teleportation formations to enter. If they cross the formations, they can still enter. Little friend Jianshan, you don't have to worry. After all, the old man has lived for so long. It's impossible that he doesn't understand such a simple principle. The old man has his own way of dealing with this matter," Feng Zunjie said patiently. Now, his attitude towards Jianshan was completely different from when Jianshan had just arrived. He answered almost all of Jianshan's questions without any arrogance of a top expert. Feng Zunzhe gently drew a line in the air with his finger. On the tip of his finger, Jianshan could keenly feel a terrifying power that could shake the heavens and earth was contained within it. Moreover, that finger not only contained that frightening power that seemed capable of destroying the world, it also contained the power of the laws of the world. It was as if wherever Feng Zunzhe's finger passed by, the 3,000 great ways that were present in the world would change accordingly. Tai Zun realm experts could directly control the great Tao of heaven and earth and set their own rules. Although the Wind Venerable could not directly control laws like the Grand Exalt, he could easily shake up the Grand Exalt. Just as the Wind Reverend's finger cut through the void, in a forbidden area of the Spirit Immortal clan that was enveloped by layers upon layers of formations, there was an altar that was 1,000 feet tall. There was only one thing enshrined on this altar. It was an object that seemed to be shrouded in fog, making it look hazy and unclear. At first glance, it looked like a transparent membrane, but when you looked at it carefully, it would change according to your will, turning into any object. It could be a knife, a sword, all kinds of strange weapons, or any ancient building. In fact, it could be any living being. It seemed that this object did not have a fixed shape. It would be whatever you thought it was. It could transform into all sorts of different objects in the eyes of different people. This was the ancestral artifact of the Spirit Immortals. But at that moment, the Spirit Sage's ancestral artifact suddenly began to emit mist. In an instant, the ancestral artifact, which seemed to be able to transform into any form of the world, was enveloped by it. When the fog slowly dissipated, the ancestral artifact enshrined on the altar had already disappeared. The disappearance of the ancestral artifact was completely silent. It did not cause any commotion among the Spirit Immortals. This was because not only did it not emit any energy fluctuations, but it also did not have any aura. Furthermore, all the experts of the Spirit Sages firmly believed that the ancestral artifact could not be taken away. As such, they did not send any experts to guard the ancestral artifact. On the nameless star that Jianshan was on, Feng Zunzhe cut through space with a finger. After that, his finger stopped there, maintaining the tiny crack in space so that it could not close up. He seemed to be summoning something. 2 breaths later, an object shrouded in mist seemed to have crossed through space and arrived there. It was grabbed by Feng Zunzhe, and the crack in space slowly closed up. Jianshan, Xinjian and Siyu were all attracted by the object in Feng Zunzhe's hand. They all widened their eyes and stared at the object in Feng Zunzhe's hand. This was because they were surprised to discover that they were unable to see what it was. Moreover, you cannot use your eyes to look at it, nor can you use the senses of your soul to probe it. Only by touching it with your hand will you be able to sense its true form, said Feng Zunzhe. Senior Feng, is this the legendary ancestral artifact of the Spirit Sages? Xinjian was both surprised and doubtful. His eyes were filled with deep curiosity. Feng Zunzhe nodded, that's right. It's the ancestral artifact of the Spirit Sages. Ever since the Spirit Sages appeared in the Saints' world, we've gone through many disasters. We've even faced extinction many times. However, the ancestral artifact would always save us at the most dangerous moment. However, the ancestral artifact has a flaw. It only has defensive abilities and no offensive abilities. The various races of the Saints' world all believe that our ancestral artifact is an extremely impressive god artifact, but that's not the case. Strictly speaking, this ancestral artifact is not a god artifact of any level. It's a membrane of a world, a membrane left behind after the spirit's world shattered. And what old man wants to fuse with this time is this membrane of a world. Feng Zunzhe looked at the membrane of a world, and eagerness filled his eyes. He continued, actually, old man has already undergone the most basic fusion with this membrane of a world. He's fusing a portion of his soul with the membrane of a world. It's exactly because of this that the old man is affected by the membrane of a world, often falling into a state of insanity. Originally, the old man would only recover gradually after a very long period of insanity, and even after he recovers, the success rate of the fusion would only be 30% at most. Once he fails, he'll be reincarnated, and there will be no more Feng Zunzhi in the world. However, not only has your appearance allowed the old man to break free from the influence of the membrane of a world ahead of time, but with the assistance of the chaotic presence, the old man's success rate of fusion has increased drastically as well. Feng Zunzhi looked at Jianchen with a smile. His attitude was so amiable, like a kind grandfather looking at his own grandson. Jianchen, you've truly given old man a new lease of life. Senior Feng, please don't say that. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. Perhaps the heavens feel that it's time for a sovereign of the world to appear among the spirit sages, which is why they arranged for me to meet you, Senior, Jianchen said with a smile. Is it the will of the heavens? Senior Feng smiled faintly, unconcerned. In the eyes of people at their level, grand exalts represented the heavens. If there really was the will of the heavens, it could only be the will of a grand exalt. However, even a grand exalt could not control the true chaotic force. Afterwards, a formless power radiated from the membrane of a world, silently enveloping the entire planet. The power of the world membrane and the layers of formations outside the star formed two layers of protection, protecting the safety of this place. Even if the myriad bone guild had the ability to penetrate the formations outside, they would not be able to penetrate the power of the world membrane. Chapter 30:13. Wind Venerable sat cross-legged. The world membrane that seemed to be covered by fog was floating 3 feet above his head. As for Jianchen, Shun Jian and Siyu, they were seated 100 feet away from Feng Zunzhi. Their eyes stared at Feng Zunzhi without blinking. This time, to the three of them, it wasn't as simple as relying on the supreme great Tao of the world that Feng Zunzhi had evolved when he broke through to improve their comprehension and understanding of the Tao. This was a scene where they could witness the birth of a heaven and earth sovereign with their own eyes. Master Feng sat there motionlessly like an old monk in meditation. His breathing was slow and regular, and his breath was like the sea. Every time he inhaled and exhaled, the scene he created became more and more terrifying. As he breathed, it was as if dragons and elephants were roaring and emitting galloping sounds. A powerful airflow swept up the dust on the ground and covered the sky. Towards the end, every time he breathed out, he would trigger a worldly tide, causing the entire world to change color. The entire nameless planet experienced a great energy catastrophe, overturning the world. It was hard to imagine that this was the result of a peerless expert's breathing. On the other hand, Jianchen and the other two were protected by the world membrane. They were completely unaffected. It was clear that when Wind Venerable One merged with the world membrane, it would not interfere with the energy released by the world membrane. The Wind Supremacy's recuperation took half a month. The next step was extremely important. Not only did it concern whether he could become a supremacy, but it also concerned the fate of the entire spirit immortal tribe. Therefore, he was exceptionally cautious and spent a long time regulating his breathing and brewing. Half a month later, Feng Zunzhi finally took action. He abandoned his physical body, and a ball of dazzling primordial spirit separated from his physical body. The primordial spirit was as bright as the sun. The light of laws interwove around the soul. It seemed to be completely condensed from the laws of the world, almost breaking away from the essence of the soul and becoming an extremely special power. Jianchen's eyes lit up slightly as he stared at the soul that was wrapped in the light of laws. He could clearly sense the presence of chaotic force from the soul. It was the aura that originated from the true primal chaos power. Of course, it was just his aura. So, suddenly, the Wind Venerable's soul turned into a ball of light, surpassing space and time. With unbelievable speed, he vanished into the membrane of the world in an instant. In the next moment, the mist emitted by the world membrane began to churn violently. It was as if two forces were using the world membrane as a battlefield to engage in an intense battle. At the same time, Jianshan also sensed the aura of the wind reverend from the world membrane. However, compared to the aura of the world membrane, the wind reverend's aura was pathetically weak. Feng Zunzhe is at a disadvantage? This phenomenon caused Jianshan to frown. Suddenly, the body that the wind reverend had left behind began to burn spontaneously. An invisible flame enveloped the wind reverend's body. The flame was extremely ferocious and domineering. As it roared, it incinerated the wind reverend's body into nothingness bit by bit. No, it was not nothingness. Instead, it had refined Feng Zunzhe's physical body into an incomparably pure and vast energy. After which, it continuously merged into the world membrane, causing Feng Zunzhe, who was engaged in an intense battle with the world membrane, to appear to possess a sufficient energy source, causing him to become increasingly powerful. Very soon, the wind reverend's body had been reduced to nothingness. After receiving the assistance of the power of the body, the battle between the wind reverend and the world membrane gradually rose from being at a disadvantage to being evenly matched. The two forces temporarily entered a stalemate. There's still quite a gap between the wind reverend's power and the world membrane's power. The reason why they're evenly matched is because the wind reverend possesses the presence of chaotic force. This presence can suppress or even weaken the world membrane. After all, the level of chaotic force is above the world membrane's level. Jianshan thought in his heart. He was fully focused on the fusion between the wind reverend and the world membrane. While his heart was filled with anticipation, it was also filled with worry. The evolution of the great way that the wind reverend had mentioned did not appear. This meant that the fusion had yet to succeed. All of a sudden, something strange happened. The world membrane seemed to know its own fate. It seemed unwilling to let its body be occupied by someone else. It suddenly erupted with a powerful resistance, instantly causing the wind sage, who was evenly matched with it, to be at a disadvantage. Chaotic essence blood, chaotic essence blood. The wind reverend's strained voice sounded from the world membrane. Under the suppression of the world membrane's power, it seemed that it was extremely difficult for him to even transmit his voice. Jianshan's heart immediately tightened. Without any hesitation, he endured the feeling of weakness from his body. Droplets of chaotic blood flew out from his body endlessly. They passed through the protection formed by the world membrane and directly fused with the world membrane. The chaotic blood was like an extremely toxic poison to the world membrane. As soon as it fused with the world membrane, the power of the world membrane rapidly weakened. It seemed to have an innate fear of chaotic force. Of course, this was limited to true chaotic force. If it were Jianshan, who had cultivated the pseudo-chaotic force, he would naturally not be able to achieve such an effect. On the other hand, the wind reverend's soul took the opportunity to enter and suppressed the world membrane immediately. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The world membrane's level was there after all. In terms of level, it was equivalent to a supreme artifact. It was above the wind reverend. As a result, even though the wind reverend had the upper hand for the moment, it was still difficult for him to completely fuse with the world membrane. Jianshan obviously saw through it too. He immediately clenched his teeth and revealed a resolute look. He then took out the chaotic blood essence from his body regardless of the consequences. At that moment, he was really going all out. With the mentality of giving up everything, he disregarded his life and death. He did not consider if it would cause any hidden injuries to his body. He gave his chaotic blood essence madly as if his life depended on it. At that very moment there was only one thought in his head. No matter how heavy the price he had to help the wind reverend get through the crisis so that the wind reverend could successfully fuse with the world membrane and become a paragon of heaven and earth. Siyu and Shen Jian did not stop Jianshan's actions because they knew clearly how important a paragon of heaven and earth was. They believed that as long as the Wind Reverend could get through the crisis and become a paragon of heaven and earth, no matter how great the damage that Jianchen suffered, he would be able to make up for it. Of course, there was another important reason. If the Wind Reverend did not succeed, he could only reincarnate. The reincarnation could also be said to be a different kind of death. For the past few days, the Wind Reverend had taught them wholeheartedly without asking for anything in return. They owed him a great debt of gratitude. Regardless of whether it was Siyu or Shenjian, they both hoped that the Wind Reverend could survive. Senior Feng, I have used up all my chaotic blood essence. I can only help you to this extent. Jianchen's face was frighteningly pale and he looked like a dead person. Not only that, even his body was completely shriveled. He looked like a withered tree that had lost its vitality, and he was all skin and bones. Chapter 30:14. The old man was careless. I thought I had a complete understanding of the ancestral artifact's power, but I never thought I would still underestimate it. The ancestral artifact is actually even more powerful than I imagined it to be. Probably even God artifacts on the level of some grand exalts are slightly weaker than ancestral artifact. Jianchen, the old man has let you down. The Wind Venerable's voice rang out from the membrane of the world. It was filled with guilt and self-blame. Afterwards, he said nothing more. He began to engage in a battle of life and death with the membrane of the world as hard as he could, engaging in a battle of fate. Now that things had developed like this, both the Wind Venerable and the membrane of the world were unable to retreat. They could only press forward and fight to the death. This was because no matter which side emerged victorious, they would completely obtain the other's power, which would allow them to take a step forward and become even more powerful. However, once they failed, they would be doomed. Jianchen no longer had the strength to speak. The exhaustion of his essence blood had caused his body to become extremely weak. His shriveled body swayed as if he could collapse at any time. Shenjian and Siyu had already arrived beside Jianchen. They paid attention to the Wind Venerable's fusion as well as the condition of Jianchen's body. Siyu's space ring contained a few low-grade pills that could replenish essence blood. These pills were basically useless to primordial realm experts, so they were basically trash in Siyu's eyes. However, at this moment, he took out all the low-level pills and shoved them all into Jianchen's mouth, as if they were better than nothing. Don't worry about me. Losing essence blood will only make me weak for a very long time at most. I just need some time, and I'll make a full recovery, Jianchen said weakly. If it were any other primordial realm expert who had lost all their essence blood, the consequences would be extremely severe. However, he cultivated the chaotic body. This would be fatal to other experts, but it was nothing to someone with the chaotic body. Afterwards, Jianchen began to meditate and recover. He unleashed the recovery abilities of the chaotic body as hard as he could to create more essence blood. The process was very slow. Even when Jianchen was in peak condition, he would need a year to create a single droplet. Now that his body was shriveled up, the rate at which he created essence blood had obviously slowed down. However, he had no other choice. Clearly, the battle between the Wind Venerable and the membrane of the world could not be completed overnight. However, after Jianchen offered up all his essence blood, he clearly possessed an absolute advantage. Victory was only a matter of time. The Thunder God clan continued to search for the Grand Prime who had stolen all the origins of ways in the ruins of the Spiritsage's world. However, they had already expanded their search from the burial region to the entire Spiritsage's world. This was because they suspected that the Grand Prime who had stolen the origin of ways had already left the burial region and was hiding somewhere in the Spiritsage's world. As a result, they began to search the entire Spiritsage's world. However, the world of spirits was a major world on the same level as the Saints' world after all. Even though it was damaged and many regions were unreachable or had directly vanished, the remaining area was still extremely vast. It was impossible for the two grand primes of the Thor clan to search the entire world. As a result, when the Thunder God clan took the initiative to ask for help, the Ziwei clan and Dao clan, who were also Archean clans, sent experts to the Sacred Immortals world to assist the Thunder God clan in finding the origin of ways. There were a few peak organizations that were subordinate to these Archean clans, more or less. Now, the peak organizations that belonged to the three Archean clans began to move as well. Their ancestors personally led them into the ruins of the Spirit Sage's world with their chaotic primes and great elders, assisting the Thunder God clan in searching for the origin of ways with all they had. The search for the origin of ways led by the three Archean clans seemed extremely shocking, but in reality, it did not attract any attention from the sacred celestial world at all. This was because all the cultivators in the sacred celestial world were focused on something else. That was the Grand Exalt's legacy. Not only did the news of the Grand Exalt's legacy spread across the world of spirits, but it also spread across the vast saints' world. Basically, all the cultivators active in the world of spirits had gathered where the Grand Exalt's legacy appeared. However, the Grand Exalt's legacy was clearly not that easy to obtain. As a result, the legacy still had not chosen a master after all this time. Great Elder, why do we have to leave the place of the legacy? Although the chances of obtaining the Grand Exalt's legacy are extremely slim, I believe that as long as we remain there, there will always be a sliver of hope. If we leave now, won't we lose even that sliver of hope? A chaotic prime great elder from a peak organization hurried through space with several dozen disciples in a region of space far away from the Grand Exalt's legacy. The person who asked the question was a Divine King disciple. His eyes burned with desire, and his face was filled with reluctance. The great elder at the very front smiled gently when he heard that. He said, "How can the Grand Exalt's legacy be so easy to obtain? Only those who are fated can learn about this fortuitous encounter, while we're not fated. Instead of wasting time waiting there foolishly, why don't we go look elsewhere and see if we can obtain other fortuitous encounters? It's just that I'm unwilling to just watch the Grand Exalt's legacy drift by like that," continued the Divine King disciple. The great elder smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry. Since the Grand Exalt's legacy has appeared, our Unity Divine sect naturally won't let it go. My Uncle Master has already been hiding outside the ruins. Once the fated person obtains the Grand Exalt's legacy and obtains it, my Uncle Master will personally take action and take the legacy from that fated person. The Grand Exalt's legacy is difficult to obtain from the ruins, but it's much easier to obtain it from someone else. It just so happens that the tunnel leading to the Saints' world has been blocked, so no one can enter. With my Uncle Master's cultivation, there are basically no opponents in the Sacred Immortals world." The great elder smiled sinisterly. However, just when he passed by a damaged meteor fragment, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He sensed it carefully, and then he ravished with joy, the origin of ways. This is the presence of the origin of ways. We've actually encountered the origin of ways here. Although he had never seen the origin of ways before, his sect was a peak organization with a long history, so there were naturally records related to the origin of ways. Can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. It's exactly the same as what was recorded in the sect's ancient records. This is definitely the origin of the Great Path. The Grand Elder of the I Chi Divine sect was overjoyed. He carefully sensed and quickly locked onto the source of the origin of the Great Path. His gaze suddenly turned to look at the meteorite fragment not far away and suddenly sent out a palm strike. Boom! With a great sound, the several dozen layers of concealment formations on the meteor fragment shattered like paper, revealing the four brothers. The four of them had set up many layers of protection and were currently hiding there carefully to absorb the origin of ways. However, they were still discovered. It's actually the four Divine Kings? How can a mere few Divine Kings obtain the origin of ways? The great elder was stunned when he saw the four brothers. His face immediately paled as his expression turned vicious. His heart burned with fury. "You've already absorbed a portion of the origin of ways? God damn it, God damn it! How can ants like you absorb something as legendary as the origin of ways? You've basically sullied the origin of ways." The great elder of the Uniki divine sect was enraged. He immediately struck out with his palm, condensing a huge palm made from boundless energy. It descended with an unstoppable pressure towards the four of them. "Let's go." However, the four brothers reacted extremely quickly. They immediately used sword techniques in an attempt to flee as soon as possible. However, just when the palm of energy was about to land and the four brothers were about to unleash their sword techniques, a strand of sword chi suddenly descended from the sky. It was completely silent, piercing through the palm of energy with lightning-like speed. Immediately, the hand of energy that the great elder condensed from his own energy collapsed loudly. However, the strand of sword chi did not slow down at all. It tore through the air with indescribable speed and pierced the great elder's forehead in a single instance. In the next moment, the great elder was reduced to ashes. He did not even have the time to cry out. He did not even have the time to react before he was reduced to ashes. A white-robed old man silently appeared before the four brothers. He had white hair and ruddy complexion. He possessed an otherworldly bearing. He seemed like an expert. He hovered there silently. He did not give off any presence at all, as if he had completely fused with the surroundings. No one could sense his existence. "Grand Elder, you killed the Grand Elder of our solitary Chi sect." On the other side, the dozens of disciples of the solitary Chi sect finally reacted. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked at the white-robed elder with eyes filled with fear. Their great elder was a chaotic prime, yet he had been reduced to a pile of ash right before their eyes. This outcome and such a strange death immediately shocked all of them. At this moment, the white-robed old man's gaze swept across the dozens of disciples of the Unity Chi divine sect. Shortly after, these disciples of varying cultivation followed in the footsteps of the great elder. All of their bodies silently turned into a pile of ashes, completely disappearing into nothingness. Ever since the white-robed old man appeared, the four brothers could not help but stop their escape technique that they were about to complete. They all stared at the white-robed old man. The white-robed old man turned around and glanced past the four brothers indifferently. He said in a dignified voice, "Old man, celestial sword saint, are the four of you willing to accept old man as your master?" The four brothers looked at each other and knelt down one after another. "We are willing to do that. Greetings, master." The celestial sword saint nodded slightly as if he had accepted the gift of becoming a disciple. Afterwards, he flicked his finger at the four brothers gently, and the four brothers immediately experienced a strange feeling, as if something on them had shattered. However, before they could think too much about it, the celestial sword saint waved his hand, and they all vanished in a single instance. Not long after they left, Fong Jing's figure silently appeared. She looked around and her expression became very ugly.